friends, we are back. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon, back again on another segment. This is the Magi, Grail, Shaman, Occult Secrets of Carpathia, VOL2. And as things have been progressing with the Mystery School teaching and mentoring and expounding as it's been, there are some points that I'm going to get into, diving deeper to get started here for everyone to pay attention to and to realize further, as I've said and as it's been, how the true enemy of our reality does not want you to know, let alone remember who in the fuck you actually are and how things actually work in terms of the trajectory of the original timeline. And to assume that you have arrived to anything that's been revealed at these points still is further more off-based than you can still imagine. What you need to know in terms of what has been unfolding all of these years has only been the beginning of a very long integration progression rate that is still just getting started in terms of the procession of the grand cycle, which has been unrelentingly prevented by a very real fucking enemy that we are up against on the highest levels beyond imagination, and further only alluded to in terms of lore to fiction otherwise, when in fact it cannot be further from the actual truth to fact with the Magi Grail Shaman series. This is diametrically connected to my actual experience and why the legacy of this mystery school is unrelentingly ruthless in our position against it on levels that are beyond its current reckoning against mankind. Everyone is still caught in thrall to the first veil, and no nation, tribe, or group of individuals have transcended it on the levels that are necessary that I've seen out there anywhere. And it's not going to unless this is able to at the very least be fully acknowledged, known, defeated, overcome, and transcended in terms of reality. All of it will continue as it's been, and even worse now, to its AI timeline trajectory in terms to the Dark One's agendas against humanity. Not only do you need to come to know thyself on an even greater level, but you need to come to know thy enemy on an even greater level. They are parasites and are actual vampires by nature and can take the form of whatever skin suit they choose, be it anyone, be it any alleged group, any faction, or being on a multidimensional and interdimensional level. All human races, high classes, subclasses, degenerates, all colors, blood types, backgrounds, etc. There is no one group of individuals or any beings within the lower tier that are running jack shit on the levels that people would even assume versus the actual highest levels that they operate on, having tricked all on all levels within the universal worlds that actually exist and have pulled all into various dialectic scenarios in terms of the supremacy of the divide and conquer that feeds the abyss and the dark gods via God by way of chaos magic to dark sorcery and the dark secret covenant and oath to it in terms of the creed of the cult of Aton via Set Typhon. And all of this goes much deeper than you can possibly imagine and will take you years, if not an entire lifetime, 2 lifetimes of incarnations to get to the levels necessary to legitimately contend against them, taking the actual rites of initiation to gain access to Amente itself at the based levels required. They feed on the healthy. They feed on the ignorant. They feed on the innocent and unsuspecting. They can appear to be beautiful, mysterious, alluring, and all-powerful, and seemingly all-knowing. They suck on the life stream of their hosts, depleting their life and life force essence over time until the host no longer knows who the fuck they actually are, given over to an assumed identity, an ideology or state of mind to certain experiences which reinforce blind conviction, which actually oppose core intelligence otherwise. let alone full acknowledgement and consistent connection with the higher force, and to our ancestors in terms of the actual God realms, doing everything they can to prevent activation of core intelligence in terms of templating and activation of genetics on a multidimensional level, keeping us all from adhering the true original traditions that are meant to be reinstituted in terms of the original timeline, traded out in terms of genetics with that which violates proper knowledge and wisdom in terms of the universal laws of metaphysics and the eternal axioms and how things actually work in context to reality. They do not originate from our universal world or are of our universal world and affect and infect their hosts with a quote-unquote mind virus until the host becomes one with the collective body of the vampires, anchored and key-coded into a manipulated two-strand RNA DNA ribbon code script helix or hex as slaves in terms of the genome into its framework and gridworks of consciousness manipulated, and on their highest levels are actual vampires in the flesh in terms of turning their hosts fully into what they are if it actually serves their agenda. And to this, the host loses all sense of the true self, no longer perceiving the world and reality from the knowledge of the true self, to know thyself, and with core intelligence to the gates of soul reveal in terms onto the higher force. But only that which is dictated, directed, steered, and forced by the vampires themselves in terms of mind control to the collective parasite at the highest levels in terms of all of this, whether it is conscious or unconscious, as it is in most cases, unto its denial and continued projection and manifestations upon everyone in the realm as nothing more than a labor and food source for them to eventually harvest. And see, all of that is going to segue further with this segment with what I have been planning to start exposing for a long time in context to their system of dark sorcery when it comes to Cabala and the Carpathia in this specific segment. But before I get into all of that, there's some things that I want to share in terms of the occult secrets of Carpathia and why these specific segments with the Magi Grail Shaman series here on Black Earth Productions are vital. And also to what the Mystery School via Temple of the White Dragon all goes back to here with the platform. So as to dive into this now, the Tatra Mountains are a series of mountains within the Western Carpathians that form a natural border, or in other words, boundary condition in the realm. In 1790, Belshazzar Haket wrote that the Slavs called these mountains Tartary or Tatri because of the Tartar people that had previously lived there. And in Radotsky's etymology of the name Tartary, it should be taken into account with the name Tataria, meaning hill, or that to Tara, hill. Also, unto Tara and the original timeline trajectory from my pointed table in connection to everything else. There's a lot of indiscretion when it comes to the idea of Tataria. Some would even speculate that this goes back to the great empire of Kublai Khan himself. But from my vantage point, you must remember what existed on Earth before the great betrayal took place. And Earth was much different than it is now, even in terms of modern history, that you can say goes back at least 10,000 to 13,000 years. And as for timelines, well, it's clear to me otherwise, knowing the difference, and also the evidence that I saw myself when I was in my youth in the city that I grew up in, and other places that I've actually lived, where it's clear that what is to be said to be Tatarian architecture is in fact true. Having myself lived in a Tatarian neighborhood before and a few years after 2020. All of this, as far as I'm concerned, goes all the way back to Udenma itself, and was ultimately a worldwide college when it comes to the ancient Druids, going all the way back to the first dynasty, in terms of the ancient wisdom councils and ancient Kemet, and even further back in terms of our pre-occult history when it comes to the actual occult, the kingdom of the Great North. So according to these factors, You're free to speculate upon or agree to it otherwise. However, the Tatra Mountains, meaning the original hills, is a part of where we originally came from. And I'm talking about Carpathian whites. I'm talking about the true European people. And again, going all the way back to the most recent cataclysm, you can take it to the splitting of the land when the earth was rent in terms of the pole shift to the 23.4 degree axis. You can take it to the comet. You can take it to the deluge and destruction of the firmament in terms of the biosphere that earth once was intact in context to Idun. You could take it to all these causes, especially the wormhole that was ripped open in Saqqara Kemet in terms of the betrayal of Thoth and the wars that took place between ancient Sumeria and ancient Kemet, where the interdimensional parasite was allowed to come through in our world. You can take it to the splitting apart of the land in terms of the continents that came forth after these ancient wars took place, and from it, the true sinking of Atlantis. All these things are diametrically interconnected, and it's in this place, in terms of Carpathia, that a much hidden aspect of our actual occult history to the Tatra Mountains, when it comes to the entire spectrum of the Carpathian region, reveals actual occult records to our true Dacian origins and context. And at the beginning of the 19th century, the high Tatras were Karpak, the highest mountains covered with snow from the Dacian Illyrian Carpe, meaning they who traversed the sharp rocks. That is there in the 13th and 14th century Hungarian documents. The Carpathian Mountains, Tatra Mountains, appear under the name Thorcha, to be Tarzal in terms of Tataria or Tara, which also even deeper goes back to Maldek, to the occult history of our solar system, and where I say the original home of the human races was before incarnation started to happen here on Earth, going millions of years into pre-occult history in terms of the solar system itself, and were the bridges that were essentially destroyed that connected us to the galactic and universal spirals of creation, originally 100% anchored in our realm in terms of templating and our very being as it was before what happened did. One of the caves in the Carpathian Mountains is called Dragon's Cave, and to it you can also equate things I am saying to the original alignment of the solar north when it comes to Thuban and the Draco constellation itself, in which terms of a hidden treasure and wisdom in context. Close to it is a place called Wavell Castle. It is said to have electromagnetic chambers and more as a place of raw power, living water. It is a powerful stargate and station in terms of the original grids pulling from the Dragon's Cave that generates electromagnetic energy through natural antennas and peaked golden domes connected to the towers with natural fountains and waterways and arches. And other structures that were surrounded by this living water, of course, were modeled after Dragon's Cave. And to this living water, it was also flowing in the basement chambers within these modified structures that healed individuals with very powerful properties in context to gold that was in the water, which was used by the inhabitants of these structures and was also connected to the rivers that were originally available to everyone before the Great Betrayal took place. This living water manifested also due to the effect of the sound produced. Their sound song vibrations changed the frequency of the water, and let's not forget that, as I've stated in many segments to make the point, that we are also made of water ourselves. So this also affects everyone around us in terms of what we have been able to manifest with the mystery school. And the knowledge about all of this was made occult. The dried water gullies around these structures speak volumes, and that they were not isolated forts, but actual energy stations connected to one another in terms of the original grids of the Earth Mother herself. And there is more on the Boza lineage to Carpathia Udemai with what I'm going to share with you. And in terms of the occult secrets of Carpathia, and with what has been discovered and shared with me, it's even more confirmed where all of this information relates directly to and from Boza, keepers of the sacred tree. I've gone way down to the very source of my lineage. When I extracted the meaning and the actual essence of the name Boza, they shared it with me in terms of confirmations, some old documents, maps, and legends from a precise area of Dacia, Carpathia. More precisely, the area, the Carpathian curve. This area has been known in history under different toponyms as Bozu or Tara Boza, etc. So as the current geographical name being Intor Satura Buzo, which here is also on a map from 1507, it appears as the region of Boza within Magna. And further looking into some etymological synchronicities with what was shared with me by, again, a student with the mystery school that conveyed all of these things to me, I took it deeper and confirmed things myself and came across a deeper understanding. It takes the name from which in the Thracian Buzo means the lips that drink the living water to express that which has been unsettled. And that's obviously another mark of what the mystery school represents for myself, to mission to inform the realm of the actual fucking truth of just what the hell is really going on beyond what people can imagine still. Because again, I'm not a professed scholar per se, nor am I a said chronologist. No. I myself have been on the front lines of this whole goddamn dynamic for years now, let alone lifetimes, and have operated in that capacity, knowing what I know, based upon viable research and study to confirm these things to my specific office. Otherwise, I am not a mere man to stand by in the realm and settle working with fragments and parchments that are out there in books to a past that was utterly fucking destroyed, let alone rewritten again and again and again beyond measure. No. I am Magi, Grail, Shaman lineage and keeper of this knowledge in terms of my actual bloodline. I have access to Mente itself, and I'm here in the position of Massa, and I say that only potentially right now when it comes to the White Dragon prophecy and to its actual fucking evidence that's also in my actual possession, which I've shared exclusively in the Black Earth Library in the Temple of the White Dragon disclaimer folder. I don't know how much longer it's going to take, and I don't know ultimately how all of this is going to come together in the face of all the madness that is still taking place right now currently in our world. However, within the next 3 to 4 years, just as I have been stating, going into 2025 and 2028, the leverage that is manifesting otherwise is going to potentially put us and the power of this legacy, which goes all the way back to the first dynasty of ancient Kemet, via the ancient wisdom councils themselves, instituted the birthright of mankind, which lasted thousands and thousands of years, if not millions of years, going into prehistory before what happened did. And if things continue in alignment and context, this is what is going to be fully established again in our world, on levels that you cannot possibly imagine. Sounds like an impossible vision, right? But with the actual evidence that has revealed itself over the years, it is absolutely undeniable otherwise. Some other things that are interesting. There's a plant, an actual plant called Boz, growing along the river Buzo, a plant with very strong purgative and detoxifying properties, also known as Sambucus ebulus, Daneworth, or Daneweed. And yes, I myself am a Dane in terms of my blood code disposition on top of it, which to me is a bit ironic to say the least, but to its name. There can also be found derivatives of the root Boza with Buzo in words like Bozi and Buzoia, meaning someone living in or coming from the area of Buzo, the land of Boza, which in terms is Carpathia. So as to the root tone bzz, this can also be found in the toponym Buzoru. And that area is full of occult history going very, very far back in terms of the occult secrets of Carpathia. And is also an area where a lot of alleged paranormal phenomenon, which reflects things in terms of what I will say is the etheric residue left over in terms of the wars of Carpathia, which go back to the wars between ancient Sumeria and ancient Kemet. This is another major puzzle piece that I'm putting into the equation to prove the things that I have been saying, to what the legacy of this mystery school actually represents, going all the way back to ancient Kemet, going back to our actual roots. as it's also been labeled to slander against our ancestors, Ta Luanel, and it's where the crux of the war between the dragon wolf, Ulfadnar, or the Lycan to ancestors, and the vampires took place in the eastern region of Transylvania itself, which later became the bedrock of what we commonly know in terms of allegory. This, however, is the true occult history in context to Dacia. The world, for the most part, does not even have a clue, because there are not keepers to it like I am in terms of my actual bloodline lineage, and to all of my experiences in just this life alone, memory, and extensive amounts of research and study into all of these things. This is what the real legends do not actually tell you. In the case of a novel written by Saradin Lefanu called Carmilla. And see, in terms of the actual vampires, this land also became known in slander against the ancestors as the land of Anna, or Luana, who in fact is the first actual vampire, Luana Carmilla. And I would say, in context to what people read about in terms of literature going back to 1872, that was inspired by the dissertations and the apparitions of angels and demons and spirits of irreverence. The vampires of Hungary, Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia. This is in fact one of the earliest scholarly works dealing with vampires and vampirism that explored the topic in detail and presented various theories on the matter. And I'm talking about modern history. I'm not talking about occult history. I'm talking about modern history, as it's even been put into fiction and allegory. When in fact, as far as I'm concerned, is an occult legend, with what I have uncovered the truth here in context to major correlations that when you see, you cannot make this shit the fuck up even if you wanted to. Also, it's to note that the word vampire is a word that has a Slavic origin. And there are documented cases in terms of vampires in the kingdom of the Great North, in terms of the region of Siberia, occult battles and wars that took place with these parasitic pieces of shit when it comes to the Magi Grail Shaman, and what our actual ancestors warned the entire fucking world about. And again, all of this can go into speculation. But just where the fuck do these ideas come from in the first place? Even if things are inspired in terms of said fiction, are in fact revealed in terms of nonfiction, and thus concealed across the board, even as it was with J.R.R. Tolkien himself. However, this isn't some spook shit, and this is not fiction, everyone. And this is also nothing to do with Dracula in terms of Vlad the Impaler, who was actually a descendant of the original dragon lineages and was demonized in Bram Stoker's rendition by his enemies in order to create a scapegoat by the actual vampires themselves. See, Vlad the Impaler was actually a national hero in terms of the lineages of the dragon wolf. He himself at war with the vampires during his time. And he was a dragon wolf, even as I am in terms of what this mystery school represents, to what the white dragon lineage bloodlines represent. And this also being the pathwork of wolves and dragons, even as it is today, and going into all of that shit, what the actual roots of the Ottoman Empire actually were in opposition to our ancestors. They, in fact, were everything to do with the Sumerian Draconian Empire. And see, look, you can take it to certain factors among the Scythians in terms of the Hyksos, who started to infiltrate ancient Kemet during the 13th and 14th dynasties. And this, in fact, actually happened and was a major part of the rise of the cult of Aton in context to the vampires in ancient Kemet, and further led up to the great betrayal that took place towards the end of the 18th dynasty, when magic started to truly become overtly corrupt in ancient Kemet by way of the cult of Aton. And in terms to that, you can take it to Akhenaten, and you can take it to Seti I. And all of this is connected otherwise to the true legends that are revealed in terms of the occult, let alone our actual occult histories. And I'm also speaking from direct fucking experience when it comes to actual face-to-face encounters with the vampires that I have had in this lifetime. Now, if you want to go all the way fucking back, going into prehistory, This is also everything to do with Gulveg in context to Hyreken and Angarbota and the cult of Baal Lilith. She is, in other terms, the mother and queen archetype of all vampires. She is, here in terms of this segment, Luana Carmilla, whose name means who seduced a woman named Laura, where with the prefix Lu in the Roman language it means belonging to and showing possession of Lu, or Li. And that I'll take it further in context to Lemuria, and what actually happened in terms of ancient Lemuria. It's as I've said, she's a husk of the old ones, now revealed in terms of the occult secrets of Carpathia to the Magi, Grail, Shaman series here in context. And all of this is diametrically connected to the Sumerian Draconian Empire and the Svartalfar, going back further to pre-Atlantis and Lemuria and genetic modification in terms of the parasite, and what all of our actual occult history warned us about. And as to the mythos, which states that Gulveg appeared to the Vanir who set them against the Aesir and targeted Freya specifically to seduce them with dark sorcery, that which consists of what first and foremost is blood sacrifice and vampirism, and directly connected to the Caucasian impostors in terms of the Anuna of Lemuria, or the Anhana, or the Anihana, and is where the term Anunnaki is actually derived from, the people of Anu Luana Carmilla. And moreover, it is said that this land, which is the present-day Middle East, was taken by a king among the Anuna, who reigned over a walled citadel, which ended up being destroyed by fire in terms of nuclear warfare and actual fire from the heavens, or in other words, both, as far as I'm concerned, to very ancient devastating shit, which not only almost wiped out ancient Kemet off the fucking map, but also the ancient Sumerian Draconian Empire and the entire fucking Middle East when the desert lands manifested due to all of this shit across the world, and is connected back to Pangaea before it happened. And it's to note here that Luana was also the name of the third king of Sumer. And all this shit is still playing out right now. It's in your faces. And it is Luana Carmilla, if you will, in terms of the actual fucking Ganocracy, in whom the Gaionim worship and serve in terms of the dark goddess of Banah to Cabala and Clipoth to fuel the inverted gridworks and energy force of Saturn. Or in other words, BlackRock, which currently controls everything within the lower tiers of the first veil and is actually calling the shots here on levels you cannot possibly fucking imagine exist at this point through the first veil of the lower tier. I myself have been going through a massive integration process in terms of everything that again is beyond all of this shit, what the legacy of this mystery school represents, and to my position in terms of the Magi, Grail, Shaman, White Dragon lineage bloodline to Carpathia and further to Udenma itself. And to at the very least, do what I can to remind my people of who the fuck we really are, let alone everyone else across the fucking board, that our birthright in terms of being human is real, but that we need to truly wake the fuck up and remember this shit beyond measure and take this world the fuck back from those who claim to be God and bring things back on to the original timeline trajectory. Taking it further here, according to a contemporary Romanian seeress, this area hosts in its morphogenetic field the actual metaphysical formula necessary to obtain the gold of the American territories stated in 2004. The Secret Service hoped to find the formula that was also said to be discovered in the ancient Atlantean library under the Carpathian mountains. The fact is, though, they were not able to actually do this because the formula has been kept secret, not written in stone anywhere within the Carpathian region. More precisely, its key codes have been held within the Boza lineage and a few others. And in terms of the nectar of Athanasia, again, this is 100% proof of what I'm sharing here. So fortunately, whether or not this area was going to be destroyed, thinking that it was ever going to be found there, it's been assumed otherwise that they might have been able to crack the code. And is what most still can't fathom is that, and there's no obstacle to find something when you have the proper codex to it. Yeah, there's been warfare. There's been extreme warfare throughout my entire life, but now I know even more why. And this is a major reason how this has happened and how this is manifested. Because I carry an activated template in terms of the Carpathian Boza Codex, in terms of my blood across the spectrums of time and space itself. And further, to the Bozu area. Here, we have this region of mountains, which are also called the Mountains of Sirius, in context to the Alpha. Again, this is where I take the Syrian Codex to the original human templating in context, and this to Carpathia, which has been very important when it comes to the astronomical observations of Sirius, to the galactic spirals of creation. The meaning of the name Sirius is included in many Dacian Carpathian names. And even when you look at old maps like the one I'm showing you here, the name of the city and region Boza is the area known as Bozu of Adriel via Transylvania and the confluence of historical provinces of Romania, Bahalia Tara, Romanasia, Moldavia, Transylvania, and Boza of Adriel. And it's by no mistake whatsoever that the nectar of Athanasia has manifested in context to the formula that's necessary even further in terms of actual initiation into the mystery school, learning how in terms of templating to extract the gold of consciousness from within an individual's templating and igniting that, and then manifesting the correlations with which the nectar of Athanasia is meant to meet that integration process when it comes to the procession of the grand cycle. And to that, I'm going to take this segment into a break. I have a lot more to get into in terms of the occult secrets of Carpathia here on Black Earth Productions. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. I'll be right back, right after this. friends, we are back. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon, here on Black Earth Productions. And now to continue with Volume 2 of the Occult Secrets of Carpathia. Take it further in terms of being Ulfidnar and what we actually are and what we are actually fighting for in terms of the birthrights of mankind. It's to bring things up in terms of the Hari factions of Ulfidnar, who were renowned as Finnish, Germanic, Dutch, Swedish, and Nordic shadow warriors, a formidable tribe of ancient German fighters who struck terror into the hearts of their enemies. These enigmatic warriors specialized in nighttime raids, taking that to the etheric realm and stealth tactics, employing a unique and terrifying approach to combat that set them apart from other Germanic tribes. One of the most distinctive features of the Hari was their practice of painting their bodies and shields black. This allowed them to blend seamlessly within the darkness, making them nearly invisible during their nocturnal assaults. The effect was not only practical, but also psychological, as their ghostly appearance emerged from the shadows, often paralyzing their foes before the battle even began. And the Hari's reputation for savagery and supernatural combat spread far and wide. Their surprise attacks and unconventional warfare techniques made them a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield. The psychological impact of their raids was often more devastating than the actual physical damage they inflicted. These shadow warriors, in context to Carpathian ninjas, if you will, were not just skilled fighters, they were masters of psychological warfare. Their ability to strike fear into the enemies through their appearance and tactics gave them a significant advantage in combat. The Hari's legacy as fierce and mysterious warriors continues to captivate historians and military enthusiasts to this day, serving as a testament to the diverse and innovative warfare methods employed by the ancient Germanic tribes against the vampires themselves. Now, before I get into more in terms of Ulfidnar, I'm going to take this segment into a specific section that has been long awaited by many of you out there and actually expose Cabala and Carpathia for what it actually is. And in terms of this, you're going to want to strap the fuck in hardcore. Throw your shields, focus, and take all the things I get into very fucking seriously, because more, for the most part, out there have not a goddamn fucking clue the things I'm about to share with you in terms of the segment. And mind you, that this is what was brought into Carpathia and the surrounding regions in terms of the Sumerian Draconian invasions, in context to the Caucasus, genetically modified humans in context. Now, the first thing I need to get into are the tunnels of Set Typhon, which in terms can be taken to the tunnels that were dug through the Carpathian mountains in terms of overlays and distortions when it comes to the grids and the grid works of consciousness that had been hidden from all of us all across the world. You could take it to all the other tunnel systems that they have created and that are connected to this in context to their grids. And as all of you out there that claim to be grid workers are just scathing the surfaces in terms of overlays, hacking at the leaves and the fucking branches, you have not even come close to the actual fucking roots in terms of what their grids actually entail and where they're actually fucking anchored to be taken the fuck out. Like I've said, the original grids have been firing up underneath all of this shit, but I don't placate to fantasy. And just because you've dropped into a certain fucking region and have done quote unquote grid work means a goddamn fucking thing. You don't have the actual history. You do not have the actual key codes also to do this on the fucking levels necessary. Many are becoming stewards, but very few template holders actually fucking understand the things that I'm sharing here, and also what's necessary. And with the influence and infusions of not only the front side, but especially the back side of the inverted tree of stagnation and rot to Cabala and Carpathia, you need to realize that they're one and the same. The tree of chaos and its structures are laced out to the Hall of Mirrors. And what I've explained already about the lower astral grid works and how things work to them, everybody out there has been using the wrong systems and tree in context when it comes to magic and the actual fucking occult all across the board, given to you and promulgated by these vampiric imposters for centuries now. Even in our time, as it's been amplified, especially the last 20 years, and everyone has been fed into the tunnels of Set Typhon, whether they realize it or not, especially not knowing the difference when it comes to the actual occult. And you must realize that there is still so much that has been kept from all of us. And here you can see the Kabbalistic tree that everyone has been using, as have been the fucking rabbis and all those among the actual fucking Sanhedrin in terms of the dark Atlantean, Lemurian witches and warlocks when it comes to the cult of Baal Lilith and the cult of Belial, as well as those that have been labeled elites and all of their puppets and all of their fucktarded secret societies that have sold their souls to the Dark Order and all of their sub-factions in context to even be in their positions of influence and pseudo-power in the realm. And to this, the right pillar is to the left, and the left pillar is to the right in terms of what it further reveals within its gridworks. And this is how the Hall of Mirrors operates. This is how everything continues to flip on itself again and again and again, one spoke into the wheel of madness after the other to keep the meat grinder going. And reveals the backside of Cabala. This is also explained in Kenneth Grant's grimoire via The Night Side of Eden, which is the manipulation of Idun and the original timeline trajectory. Even those that have been into black magic in context, assuming that they've come into knowledge as well as many of their alleged right-wing factions in context with the left wing. You could take it to the Rosicrucians, you could take it to the Golden fucking Dawn, you can take it to the OTO, you could take it to Freemasonry, you could take it to so many fucking goddamn societies which have all been corrupted in terms of what came forth through the cult of Aton when magic became 100% corrupt by the Thothian sect itself, those that betrayed the office of Tahuti, which I've taken back with the mystery school in terms of the original timeline. Others out there, even Michael Tessarion, has explained this in a very profound way, to study and do research upon yourself, and to the occult works that Jordan Maxwell and others have stated, even along with Manly P. Hall in The Secret Teaching of All Ages. This is how it became corrupt throughout the world, going all the way back to what happened did. Now, I've known this for years now, also to my own experience with it. But as my quest has continued, I have accessed the true universal tree of life, which has nothing to do with Cabala. It's nothing to do with the Clip-Off. And it wasn't awakening that got me there. It was remembering to know the actual fucking difference. And when it comes to the map of the actual tunnels of Set Typhon, which are between the Seth Arot, which in other words means the self in rot. Pay attention to the fucking language that you speak. You don't understand the language that you speak. You don't understand the purpose of what the English language is to be a cause point for fucking chaos. Everything is concealed in terms of the spelling of words. So as to, again, the self in rot, the dead tree of stagnation and rot, to this dead tree of stagnation and rot when it comes to Cabala and Clip-Off. To all the rituals, both the left wing and the right wing brotherhoods and sisterhoods have enacted. The left should be the right and the right should be the left. Yet at the same time, it's all running on the mathematical reversal technologies in terms of manipulated geometrics to its actual structure within the genetics and consciousness capacity of those that have been in practice with it, no matter how the fuck you look at it, and it's all triangulated within the trapezoid. This is how the Metatronics actually fucking work. You think I don't know this shit? On the fucking level, I know more than you could possibly fucking imagine. And this is a major key in terms of its distortion abilities and also in terms of the false cold light and how it actually operates to its middle pillar to keep individuals veiled otherwise to a false assumption of transcendence, let alone quote unquote ascension. One thing that I will reveal about the secret of the Ot is that it is the gateway to the tunnels of Set Typhon. And Typhon is the shadow dragon of the abyss in terms of what all of this is when it comes to dark sorcery. We are nothing to do with that in terms of what we advocate with the Mystery School and what is going to be coming in the future going into 2025 and 2028 when the true universal tree of life is reinstituted back into the fucking realm and actually teach. None of you are fucking ready for this shit because you still cannot acknowledge what I am getting at here in terms. You want to go on in terms of debates, and you have no idea what the fuck you're actually talking about because you don't have the key codes to fully fucking understand what Amente has revealed. That is my position. That is where I stand, and I got to take the fucking heat otherwise. The evidence is out there. I'm not the only one that has been talking about this. Look into it for yourself. What we teach is far, far beyond all this shit. As to the true dragon lineage this mystery school represents, via Temple of the White Dragon, and pure dragon consciousness in alignment with the true Solar North and the Gate of Draco in context to Thuban. You need to understand that in terms of the Orion Wars that took place a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, right? All of this, in fact, does go back to the war between the Sith and the Jedi. And also thrown in your faces on some cosplay bullshit. And everyone's key codes, again, like I've said, have been played upon to these actual memories. Yet you're just as ignorant as you ever were before coming into any of this, on the contrary. Which again, why has nothing worked on the levels that are necessary to not only take magic back, but our world back on the level in terms of actual good works of consciousness that transcend all of this in terms of the true universal tree of life being reinstituted. This is what I hope I will be able to do going into 2025 and 2028, but it is a lot, and I require 100% support from everyone that is on the level so that all of this keeps going. We're also about to manifest the leverage necessary to bring it back even harder. Like I said again, they cannot be stopped no matter what. So going further, in terms of a certain sequence via 1i minus 1 minus I, and I being how the 9, in terms of the spindle of the energy force itself, operates when it comes to gematria, within the 0 in terms of 0 and 9, again needing to be in alignment, as I've been teaching for years now. It's within the concepts of spinner theory that you continue to have to start all over again on a base 10 sequence, because things in terms of practice with the distortions of the circle of the magician, let alone invoking or conjuring the entities associated not only with the Sephiroth, but with the tunnels themselves, it violates reality. It violates common fucking sense. The life force energy in terms of the spindle of the practitioner is being siphoned into the abyss through the tunnels of Set Typhon, and needing to make a rotation of 720 going back to the 9 when reduced within the fulcrum of the circle of the magician. You are always going to have to go back to square one, and you're never going to transcend or let alone master the first gate of initiation in terms of making connection to core intelligence and the higher force of the Jedi itself. Again, what I'm saying goes back to the full gate of the tarot and knowing the signs of the circle of the magician and doing it correctly every time. Otherwise, you fuck this up. That reflected the two-strand consciousness that everyone's triangulated into dialectics within themselves, caught in all the nets, traps, and snares to rituals that violate actual fucking protocol. It violates the protocol of the ancient wisdom councils. And if you really want to take the circle of the magician to the next levels, get at least 34 Atlantean Lemurian crystals and use them as a ward of protection in ritual, doing things in alignment. Chasing rabbits into holes has forever been meant for the blind and profane. We, however, are among those that climb to master the alchemical mountain of the wise. Thus those who assume to know still yet know nothing here, even while convinced that by chasing to be led by them are therefore ensnared. They are ignorant to what is necessary and specific to transcend the first veil, and every other veil up the mountain thereafter in terms of the 9. Know ye's yet or what? Its actual answer. You may ask yourself why. Why is all this taking place? And the answer all goes back to the treasury of souls and why it exists, and things in terms of the vampire vortex, which is a specific formula of necromantic dark magic, which is magic they do on the dead, the unbegun, walking dead, by targeting the etheric body in ritual, by and through the archetype of Luana Carmilla, slays a priestess to be subservient to the will of the vampires. This is also how genetics are bought and sold on the proverbial cosmic market in context to Ningish Zeta, which is the correct Sumerian draconian term for Lucifer, in service to Marduk, and Hecate, Luana Carmilla, via Lilith, rules the realm of the dead when it comes to the grave, or Heket, the frog-headed goddess, which is the inversion of Heka in terms of the ancient Kemetan teachings. She also appears with a lyran mask in an attempt to trick the wise into her domain, which goes back to some things I got into deeper with the Magi, Grail, Shaman, Lyran Codex Transmissions upgrade segment. You can go check that one out as well. If she has conjured the tunnels of Set Typhon, people are pulled into the thrall of entities that rule the Sephiroth, that manipulate the grids to them in terms of reality, having to deal with what's within the tunnels of Set Typhon when it comes to hyperdimensional warfare. They are not jumpers in context to being able to bypass these things from completely taking them, and in turn are able to direct them in terms of dark sorcery. They get fucking eaten from the inside out. And all of this in trade and targeting and a shit ton of insane shit that the vampires actually do on the highest levels. The vampires see humanity as cattle. That's not some spook shit. That's an actual fucking fact. And they also see their puppets as cattle. Bear in mind, because it's all the same beyond the surface, feeding humanity into the goddamn fucking meat grinder. Lilith Hecate is one of the most important figures in terms of the Sumerian Draconian cult. And the tunnels of Set Typhon are to do with the manipulation of earth energies and earth grids, again to the ley lines, overlays, and distortions that have been laced throughout our reality field to offset the original grids in terms of actual fucking consciousness capacity, which have always worked to keep the original grid works, the original teaching, the original timeline trajectory, buried asunder and laying dormant and unactivated until what started to happen before what they did in 2020 going all the way back to the year 2000. Why do you think they did 9/11? You don't understand the actual cause, the occult cause. And if you really want to know, then I advocate actual initiation into our mystery school so that you can get the based foundation fucking laid in order to navigate all of these things otherwise. Without it, good luck. In terms of Cabala, path 1 of the tunnels of Set Typhon, this is everything to do with an entity called Amprobius, who is the voice of the abyss and also the scribe that tears apart the fragments of time and space into its grids. Even the illustration and sigil of Amprobius by Edgar Perval in Via Liber Amprobius, the silence and scribe of the void, looks exactly like one of the old ones in context to what we've been seeing manifest the reality field in terms of the needlecraft. And it's to do with the vile Neolithic rites of the isolated flames of blinding madness. I'll say that again. This is to do with the vile Neolithic rites of the isolated flames of blinding madness, to what we have been seeing manifest in the reality field all across the board, which corresponds to the opposite side of the Fool Gate with Tunnel Zero in terms of Chokmah, into the inverted circle of the magician, to invocation, conjuring, summoning, and incantation of lesser entities sprang forth the abyss, putting the tunnel of the magician gate as path 1 to Binah from Kether. This is how they have sealed off the gates of Amente in terms of the high priestess over and under the abyss itself, and hijacked the womb gate of our fucking goddamn reality field, and in terms of the second tunnel of Set Typhon, turned it into the womb gate of the abyss. In terms of the tunnels and ciphers, which pulled this reality field out of alignment in order to anchor the moon chains of Yesod from this place in terms of Binah, when it comes to Saturn's manipulated hex to build what they have in Malkuth, which represents our world out of alignment with Tara and Maldek in terms of Cabala and the Clipoth, and is the planetary gate which was destroyed and then replaced in terms of the abyss in context to Da'at. If you have not taken initiation into the mystery school at level 1 apprentice in terms of protocol teaching, and what I'm getting into in terms of what all of this means metaphysically speaking in context to actual templating and who we are as individuals, and how the mechanics of reality have been manipulated otherwise to all of this, you think you know, you still don't know jack shit beyond the very surface of what I'm even sharing here. Now listen. Major rituals to this have been taking place for thousands and thousands of years, and building the infrastructure to them taken to at least the last 10,000 to 13,000 to 26,000 to 50,000 years in context. And if you don't think that occult psychic warfare is a part of all of their tactics on the highest levels in terms of all of this, you're in position to be put into the meat grinder within the first veil, not knowing what is necessary to actually transcend this shit. And you're all living in a world that is 100% controlled by the vampires, by this, and everything we see happening to it being amplified on levels that have never taken place since what happened did, in order to keep the reality field locked the fuck down. And all of you pseudo witches and Freemasons and Illuminati and so-called light workers in terms of the New Age movement that have been going with Cabala have all been caught in the tunnels of Set Typhon, whether you realize it or not, having been thrown in there and are locked down by the gate of Da'at to be feasted upon by the shadow dragon. And if you're in the tunnel of Amprobius, you get diseased. And anyone that has gone deep into all this shit has been diseased, especially in terms of the mind virus. And you're totally, utterly fucked because you have been using not only the wrong map, and Probius comes howling into consciousness as the dark star crawling chaos at the heart of matter itself, and lurking just beyond the brink of rational consciousness as the messenger and servant of the old ones, the faceless, the wordless utter and voice of silence that screams and penetrates the unprepared mind to sink wrapped in worm-like tendrils, dragging consciousness into Da'at to be torn apart by mindless whirlings that obliterate the normal chains of cause and effect that bind us to its manipulated reality gridworks and shards of consciousness that were blown apart on account to Tara and Maldek, streaking through the abyss to be bridged. The lightning strike flashes down the backside of the dead tree of stagnation and rot in an inside-out inversion, rupturing our goddamn reality with high-voltage electrical blasts, in other terms what I call darting, that work to pull people into the abyss from the inside out, as above, so below. And while submerged in a distant place to it beyond any human perception capabilities, that are obviously extremely limited unless you do the real work to expand your consciousness capacity, not only to see what I'm getting at, but transcend it, knowing the difference. We must be sure that we are true travelers beyond time and space in connection to the higher force and expand that in alignment. Our perception to process to right action and perception to be anchored here otherwise. Because given to the manipulations that have taken place, everyone that would even assume to know the difference are caught within the tunnels of Set Typhon. The labyrinth, as I've explained this whole fucking time. So to the experience between death to transformation, which is meant to bring us to a forgotten experience of the currents of the primal sound fields themselves, evoked through each ritual that's in actual alignment to the evocation and alignment of soul and core intelligence. Improbius is the explosive degeneration of the true will force in terms of templating, which if not known or experienced in terms of training by the adept, level 2 adept Ulfadar training, when you are actually attacked on this level, destroy all existing connections within your eternal spirit's primal essence left unchecked. This is where the seeds of the abyss in terms of minds start to take over and emerge through time and space to manifest here in our reality field otherwise through the gate of Da'at. The diverse fragments of unconscious reality in which the adept at level 2 with the mystery school in terms of Ulfadar training come up against on the front lines of this fucking war. And all of you idiots have been using the wrong system of magic that has nothing to do with the actual true universal tree of life whatsoever in context to Cabala. And all of these alleged magicians and adepts, you're all 100% fucked in context. And again is why this fucking world is going down the fucking track that it has been, amplified in 2020 to all of the energy that has been collected since all of this started, going back to a massive ritual sequence of centuries that was built up to be unleashed upon the reality field like it fucking was in 2020. And the accumulation of that energy, especially the last 20 years, when all of this stuff really started to be promulgated into the public sector to all the idiots that went with it, thinking that you have arrived to secret knowledge. You've all been tricked by the vampires. You're all a part of the fucking problem here. To a very, very ancient, dark, Sumerian, draconian ritual, to timelines to offset the procession of the grand cycle, to keep our reality field from returning back onto the original timeline trajectory so that the great betrayal continues. The betrayal cycles continue. The chaos continues. The confusion continues. Keeping you from the birthright in terms of your actual incarnation. Along with your overlords, in terms of the vampires, that some of you even profess to be opposed to. This is how Loki's chariot operates. And you've all been tricked on levels that you still can't fucking imagine still. All conditioned to worship blood sacrifice as some sanctified thing in terms of Christ to the Dark Ones and vampires to the one who would be God above all others. And betray your ancestors in terms of the true gods and goddesses, thrown into the tunnels of Set Typhon and are locked down by the gate of Da'at, feasted upon by the shadow dragon in terms of the Omicron, and are diseased within the tunnel of Improbius in terms of a fucking mind virus. Again, it's all about your state of mind. And they fucking know it. And the disease typical which manifests within this tunnel of Improbius and the flux which expressed in magical terms as an unbalanced and untimely discharge of lunar energy and is therefore the color of the black moon blood. A man is not able to navigate through Universe B, which is the backside of Cabala via the clip-off, without their counterpart, and vice versa in terms of Universe A, which is C-space, to its front side, which men who are at the forefront cannot be navigated by women in the realm without men leading in alignment, which is also why they do everything they can to destroy, let alone distort and twist the real meaning of coming together in the realm as men and women in alignment, especially on these levels, in order to crush this shit otherwise and manifest in C-space, that which is in alignment from H-space, transcending the underworld cycles and initiation in alignment in terms of hell, H-E-L, which again means to heal. Diseased and totally fucked up and getting goddamn devoured. as to the leakage of vital fluid in context to blood, which forms a residue of distorted magical energy that attracts the parasite in terms of the old ones, and again, is what turns any being, no matter what faction or race, into a fucking vampire, which breeds phantoms that appear in the form of sylphs, which are elementals associated with the air, or in other words, the ether, via sea space, the air, and air is the west in context, and unlike the Fey elementals and sprites and nature spirits that are pure in terms of templating, they show up with a sheen in terms of the false cold light, and are diphonious and beguiling creatures, and I'm talking about sylphs, hideous and hidden therein, and in the aspect they manifest on the backside of the dead tree of stagnation and rot. They haunt the awful chasms of inner space, where they appear in the semblance of the utmost horror, which obsess the vampiric magician, and again, if left unchecked, if encountered, will drive them completely fucking potentially insane. They then invade the vacated, vaccinated space, and like leeches drain the blood of mind. So anyone that has advocated Cabala in terms of what it really fucking is, you've all been fucking leeched. And most of it's been unwitted because you don't know anything beyond it. And to this, the mind that is secreted in transparent cells that float through the gulfs of the abyss like bubbles. You get your mind hijacked and stuck in a fucking bubble, and the body of said individuals becomes possessed over time by the parasite, which again will in turn quite literally turn them into a fucking vampire. Which is also why all this shit in terms of narcissistic personality disorder via MPD and BPD are manifest in the realm, which is an actual fucking demon in context. All you have to do is take a look, and make no mistake about it, everyone. If we're going to have a chance at winning this fucking war on consciousness on the levels necessary, you must become true magicians in alignment, knowing the goddamn difference. And I've not seen this shit happen manifest with so-called light workers that are just fucking not on par in terms of reality and are clearly ridden by this shit, which also hide behind this sheen of the false cold light. Once that mask is shattered, that very thin mask, what is truly there starts to show itself. And if that's not another shock factor to most people out there that just don't fucking get it whatsoever, I am not the type of person that hides behind a mask at all. I wear my soul on my face. I speak from my soul. And it's quite opposite here in terms of this platform, especially in context of how I present myself. Because when it comes to reality, just like the fucking Hari, we are painted black like fucking ninjas, and you don't see us. You do not see us coming. You don't know when the strike is going to come, or when these things are going to blow up, and as it's been on the platform. Who also emanate the power of the Hong Rama and the true light codes and power of the higher force, to which its symbol, again, is the wolf, the dragon wolf, in context to Carpathia, taking it back to our true roots in terms of this realm. And to know the difference in terms of anything, all you have to do is look straight into my fucking eyes to see it. And again, the eyes are going to forever be the windows to soul. And if an individual's templating is truly activated, it cannot be veiled whatsoever, especially when the templating is lit up and activated in terms of the alchemical rites of initiation. All of these so-called quote-unquote channelers channeling this and that, they become ridden and riddled by these lesser entities otherwise. And a lot of them actually become sick and diseased, as it's been reported. And again, all goes back to Amprobius, which is how the inverted circle has always operated in terms of conjuring, summoning, incantation, and invocation of lesser entities. It's the same goddamn technique. And from there, they then invade the vacated space and drain the blood of mind, like I was saying, from their own organisms, as the invading entities draw more and more energy from the fluxes that have attacked the unwary its path. These creatures were dimly sensed by H.P. Lovecraft, and Lovecraft called these bubbles Shuggoths, and are described as amoeba-like creatures made of iridescent slime with multiple eyes floating on the surface of protoplasm, lacking any default body shape and instead being able to form limbs and organs at will. A sentient blob of self-shaping gelatinous flesh, a formless protoplasm able to mock and reflect all forms and organs and processes, again, a vicarious undulation of bubbling cells floating throughout the abyss itself. They are the slaves of suggestion and builders of cities that turn more and more sullen, and it's what the old ones use as vessels to carve such things in terms of our reality field as it's been. Look the fuck around you, goddammit! Look at all this in context to what I'm getting at, and look at our history. Look at our present. As for those that cannot make the correlations in context to alleged fiction, again, you firmly have your head up your proverbial ass, and you need to become truly educated beyond this shit in alignment. And I'll speak about the contrast, otherwise, hell, I'll even write fucking songs about it and make it so goddamn fucking brutal that you won't even know what hit you. But I will also forever bring forth viable solutions, otherwise cutting through all this shit as to what is necessary to not become this. I've seen these things myself. But where we operate from with uncompromised templating that cannot be corrupted, and the nectar of Athanasia on top of it is the only thing that's ultimately going to kill what the fuck they put in the needlecraft to not only survive these times that we are in, but also to transcend these times in alignment to true health, to true vibrance, and to go further, you must understand what we are really up against here. It's also why this shit is so dangerous otherwise. Yog-Sothoth appears as a congress of iridescent spheres, a conglomeration of glowing balls of various sizes and colors, or as the lurker at the threshold of the abyss, a mass of endlessly writhing and growing tentacles and wreaks incredible havoc when actually summoned. Again, look at the world. Look at what's in the Needlecraft and the Black Earth Library archives with the Mystery School. All the evidence is there. And because of all this other shit in terms of Cabala via Clipoth, is what all of what I'm saying is hiding and is the very fucking shit that is driving all of these entities in terms of the Metatronics otherwise. Whether it's Draconians, Reptilians, Greys, Insectoids, what the fuck ever. It's what is riding them. And it's what is riding humanity. That's what all this has been since 2020 in terms of the AI timeline trajectory. It's always been one of the main goals in terms of the vampires to their dark timeline trajectory. The total and complete takeover of this reality field on levels that all of you listening still cannot imagine are actually possible. Granted, there's no bypassing how fucked up things are at present, but nothing even comes close in terms of what's even happening right now to what I'm actually getting at on the levels that they want to take things to. How do I know this? Because I truly know thy enemy, and I truly know thyself otherwise, and have faced it myself and sealed off the rift, which is how I am in the position that I am to even speak about these things without being totally fucked in terms of hyperdimensional warfare. And Yog-Sothoth is one of the chief watchers that has been driving this shit in terms of all of this. And as most ever only deal in surfaces when it comes to literally anything, I looked well into the dark tapestry itself. And its gate is the great sigil of the old ones that you see on the map that I have shared, and is the gateway further into the inverted womb gate of the abyss itself. This was face to face, motherfuckers, in terms of my actual experience. And I am here to tell you guys that there is more that these fuckers have planned, and we have only just seen the beginning of the dark agendas unfolding, which is why you, at this point, need to know the actual fucking difference when it comes to all of this. And only the highest initiations alone, beyond all of these things, can confer an actual immunity from the vampires. They soar with charming veils that conceal the horror of their pursuits and contracts with the alien systems of consciousness in the nethermost regions of the cosmos. And all of you light workers have been exposed to these leeches. Anyone that has gone with any of the religions of the trifecta have been exposed to these leeches. And all of these energy orbs you're taking photographs of are leeches that steal your mind, stick it in orbs, trapping you into the backside of Cabala via Clipoth. And from there, they can walk through and channel into your brain field. Mind does not reside within the brain. It actually resides throughout the entire biophysical body on a multidimensional level, which is a reflection of a certain portion in terms of the etheric body, and even deeper, a reflection of the condition of your actual fucking soul. And if all of you have been hijacked otherwise in terms of the treasury of souls and put into one of these orbs, that's what makes up the body of Yog Sothoth. And these things can walk right into your fucking bodies, channeled through the sheen overlay of the false cold light to conceal who and what the fuck they actually are. And without spiritual discernment or actual knowledge in terms of the occult, I don't give a fuck what your experiences have been. I don't care what the fuck you think you know. You can't base what you assume upon just experience alone. Just because you experience something doesn't mean it's fucking true. Just because you think something doesn't mean it's true. Just because you feel something doesn't mean it's true. And anyone that bases knowledge on just experience alone, like I'm getting at, without knowing just what the fuck is actually going on, you are not only one of the most easily deceived, you are the most deceived as to be ridden by these fucking things, which play on your codex and genetics otherwise. And like I've said, they can come in the guise of anything the fuck they choose, going back to the first point I've made about the vampires in the segment at the beginning. You don't know the occult, and you don't know thyself, and therefore do not know the gods, let alone the universe, how things actually work, let alone our truly connected core intelligence in the higher force. You're just fucking not. But you can be. And that's the point, to come back onto the original timeline and adhere to the original teaching. And there is specific protocol when it comes to the real pathwork that is required to not only know the difference in terms of anything I'm getting at, but especially when it comes to what you still do not understand and should know has been taking place with all this shit when it comes to Cabala and actual dark sorcery. You would know how to distinguish between that versus what true high magic is in alignment, and also to its actual results otherwise. And that is the goal here with the Mystery School, to reveal these things to all of you that have crossed through the gates into the temple doors on our end and are going to actually see things all the way through. If you want to hightail the fuck out of the temple, get the fuck out of the goddamn fucking temple. Get the fuck out of my temple. This is only for those that are going to see things all the way through, because that's what's required. It's a lifelong dedication. Because when it comes to all of this shit otherwise, you have to know that once you cross these thresholds, there is no real going back, even if you wanted to. Definitely after a certain point. In fact, it's impossible. So hear what the fuck I'm saying and showing you in segments on Black Earth Productions, and especially this one, as I'm going to drive it further, and furthermore, if left unchecked, what I was just getting at. You're going to hear these voices in your fucking head otherwise, and think that it's all you or in alignment, and it just fucking isn't. And it's all the bullshit that's going to force your ass over the proverbial cliffside in life, over and over and over again, until you're fucking dead where you stand, unactivated in terms of your template, or in other words, becoming, at the very least, a true initiate at level 1 apprentice with Komendra Hogoth with Dazomir. We are an X school, which is our mystery school. So as to say here, the normal pursuit of light workers is escapism from reality, let alone bypassing what is truly required to actually ascend where you stand. And there are so many out there that I could call the fuck out. And especially if you've had the great misfortune of being an actual Kabbalistic practitioner. You're a wannabe magician. And all this wicked bullshit and black magic, all of you have been done the fuck in. And there's a way to heal through it and truly activate your templating and alignment, but you must know what you're getting into otherwise, because it ain't any of this shit that you were fed by the vampires. And then you wonder why nothing has fucking worked leading up to the present moments as far as your fucking platforms are concerned. It's because you still don't have the proper knowledge and wisdom otherwise, motherfuckers. Not one of you. Not on the levels necessary, which myself and others on our end are getting the actual results otherwise. That's the difference. And you're free to come on over and to correspond. But it's no debate here with me. I don't have time to fucking argue and go around in circles in terms of theory, in terms of speculations and all this shit. Again, in terms of actual viable research and study that I've equated to my actual experience, it's all backed up. And there's no one on the face of the earth or the entire fucking universe that can tell me that I have not manifested the results otherwise. And it's because of what I know when it comes to all this, let alone what's beyond it. I've said these things in segments before, and it literally went right the fuck over everyone's fucking heads. As you all continued along with bullshit fucking practices in terms, and then you wonder why. And the next path there in terms of Cabala via Clip-Off goes also to the magician gate of the tarot, and is the path of Barachiel, and corresponds with the Sephiroth in terms of ceremonial magic when it comes to the gate of the magician in context to the Dark Ones. They are first and foremost defined as quote-unquote scientists, and you have to remember, in context to scientism, will explore anything. Biological warfare, chemical fucking warfare, nuclear weapons, all of this insane shit, directed energy weapons, 5G, to fry humans the fuck out, all of these other satellite weapon system forms and towers, and you wonder why the Central Intelligence Agencies have been into psychotronic hyperdimensional warfare tactics, and why you need to know what true high magic is on the levels to even contest with the levels that they've been operating on in our realm. You're fucking fodder if you don't. And on the backside of the dead tree of stagnation and rot when it comes to Cabala, they don't do ceremonies. It's the complete opposite, actually. It's only on the world stage, and it's all for the purpose of psychic fucking warfare. What do you think all this election shit is and has been on the highest levels of political theater? Yet again, you still don't get it, and everyone's just going with it, thinking that they know the difference. And see, if you would have actually known the game by now, you'd be calling all this shit the fuck out like I have. You wouldn't be caught in the lowest tier of the first veil of this insane bullshit still. I stated months ago, before it even started to happen, that you all need to be aware of the rise of the Christian Reich in our world again, which is Satanism and dark Luciferianism. You can take it to fucking Islam. You can take it to the fucking Jews. I don't give a shit, because it's all veiled otherwise. And all this controversy and all this fucking debate, and it just goes in circles and it goes fucking nowhere. And no one's talking about the goddamn fucking vampires that are really running everything. It's all these psyops that are put out into the public sphere on the world stage in terms of ritual that you enact. And then what do? They all watch you fucking idiots pull your own strings to the agendas as you're all getting raked the fuck out, not knowing the difference, and they are laughing at you insidiously. Look at all the cattle thinking that they have power. That's how they see you. And frankly, it's how you fucking act because of your conditioning. You're not acting like true warriors or people that are fucking aware, knowing the fucking difference. You're not stepping onto the front fucking lines. Who do you think rules and reigns those fucking religions? Who do you think controls them? They're all blood cults. They worship the drinking of fucking blood on a false lift in terms of vicarious atonement, all to the bloodletting and slaughter of your fucking ancestors otherwise. Mocking you, as it's been for fucking centuries. Well, I'm not going to fucking have it. Not here and not in terms of this platform, let alone the mystery school. And that's what people don't know because they're still veiled to all of this otherwise. And it's all looking like the triangulation factors that I've been exposing for years now about to flip right back up on all of the idiots that don't get it and manifest those who are owned in terms of controlled opposition. That is how this contrarium operates in context. Call it a simulation, call it whatever the fuck you will. It is a fucking illusion. It is the miasma. It's the wheel of madness. It's the fucking meat grinder. And they keep everything split right down the fucking middle as it keeps on flipping on itself again and again and again, and will continue for infinity until you break the fucking wheel. And this is how they control the spindle of the energy force within this realm. Going back to things I was saying before. All of this is just one of the ways they do it. And you can take it literally to any dialectic factor in the realm. And what's even worse is that those who are driving it are the most controlled on either end of the equation, especially when it comes to the trifecta. And all of these cucks that are turncoats being hailed as the leaders of this realm, sending it right down the track of annihilation and the AI timeline trajectory on top of it to usher what they all say they're opposed to otherwise. On the flip, the fork-tongued split-tards think they know, but they still don't know. Like I've said over and over and over again, it seriously blows my mind that people still don't get it, assuming otherwise, along with the most recent acts of political theater and religious propaganda and all of this bullshit that is so blatantly fucking obvious as it continues to take place. All the while, the trajectory of the original timeline is manifesting right under their fucking noses on our end, and all are distracted otherwise with their own hubris and programming against it, not knowing a goddamn thing. They who are blind and whose consciousness has been castrated, it's been seared, it's been right the fuck out according to what the White Dragon prophecy reveals. And you need to realize that there are many quote-unquote prophecies, and most of them are false. All of their shit is just a script otherwise to keep you controlled. You can take what the fuck I say or leave it. I already know what's on the other side of this. The entire gambit. And we're there. Our kind are there. I've already seen the trajectory of the ancient future. Unfortunately, because of what is chosen otherwise, the only fate that is left for you is the fucking meat grinder. Because you, first of all, are not going to awaken. Second of all, you're not going to do the work to actually fucking remember. At the same time, it's still being offered in terms of this platform. That which is a true divine formula in terms. Not all this other shit that's always sprinkled like glitter when it comes to twisted semantics of the false cold light. That's to assume that they're all going to be able to escape the real judgment that nature and the universe and the true gods and the higher force are going to unleash upon they that go with it. It's going to be a natural recourse in terms of cause and effect. Do you understand? They're going to bring it on themselves. They do it to themselves and are going to be reaping what they have been sowing and doing in the world in terms of modern history, going all the way back since even before 1948 and World War II, leading up to everything since 2020 now. All these people in government are owned. They're owned. They are the worst kind of slaves. The ones that are perpetuating the self-annihilation of themselves and one another and all of you, as you're all begging for it in terms of savior programming to a false hope and a false virtue, all promulgated as a viable solution for freedom in terms of actual fucking slavery. And while the sword of the Great North has been tearing all of these things to fucking shreds, it's going to do its thing in terms of alignment. It's going to be a natural recourse in terms of cause and effect otherwise, like I said. And the ones that you may assume are in the right in these arenas are already clearly flipping it back on everyone's asses, just like the Q psyop did, mixing truth with the shit ton of white hat fucking lies and bullshit, who are all in league with the Dark Ones, in league with the vampires. And they're going with it because they have not learned how to govern their own lives and their minds to even know the fucking difference in terms of the occult, let alone remember what is truly beyond these things in terms of the original timeline trajectory. Get ready for all of your quote-unquote leaders to fucking fail you, okay? They will inevitably fucking fail you, and anyone that is going with this shit. Realize it may also be others you least expect that should know the goddamn fucking difference like before. I want to get everyone's feedback on all of this because this is Sumerian draconian to the fucking core. And it's going to become very, very fucking important to remain focused and not get swept up and continue what all of us have been on otherwise and work to do what we can to come together on the levels necessary and drive this forward as it's been in terms of the timeline we are meant to be on and manifesting otherwise. And all of this shit on the end of the vampires is coming from their system of dark sorcery in terms of Cabala, which is the noumenon. They set the stage for the world to be a part of all of these massive rituals, getting all of the slaves in context to rally at their altar in terms of savior programming and a lot of other shit when it comes to religion and politics, which has always been diametrically connected and programs the deep unconscious mind field of the actual physical vessel to be controlled by these dark magicians who are truly tricksters, who are driving Loki's chariot forward as they always have. And after the entire ritual happens, as they have been going on for thousands of years now, not during, but only after they happen, do few too many people realize what's actually taking place, while the rest go along with it and get fucked in terms of being raked out in this world. So in a sense, they do a ritual, but they do rituals in an opposite way. And when it happens and when it's explained on various platforms that are out there, people still don't get it because they're under a dark spellcast of the ritual that they partook of and are hooked in terms of mind on an unconscious, subconscious level. And all of the Kabbalistic, Carpathian shit that they are doing in the realm is off the goddamn charts, you guys. It's all fucking around you all the time. And you don't even realize it from your own fucking ass. You still don't actually get it. It comes from the unconscious, unformed chasm of the abyss, and then boom, it manifests, which is the complete opposite of a magician that actually performs rituals in terms of actual ceremonial high magic that's in alignment in order to make things happen. It's a completely different way of approaching magic and manifestation. And it's the synthesis beyond the thesis and the antithesis to which the dark ones lay the fuck out in terms of triangulation factors. We are able to actually synthesize what we do in ritual, not going out of the way to accumulate energy in the realm by all of these unwitted people that don't know the difference. That's how much energy they need to make shit fucking happen. But we don't. We know how to do magic correctly. Magic and the magician gate is corrupted and inverted and twisted, while all of the intentions that cause these fuckers to do what they do, first and foremost inspired by Amprobius and then communicated to Barachiel, who bestows, quote-unquote, the blessings of the Lord, and in other words, means to be lessened by Baal. Blessings of the Lord means to be lessened by Baal. And when having become masters of Universe B, they simply manifest and only after explain the ritual, which comes perfectly formed from the unmanifest reality. See, it's not high magic they operate with. It's a whole different form of being. And the beings and entities that reside in Universe B that can live there undetected are the actual vampires themselves. And the paths between Amprobius and Barachiel are the realm of the vampires in terms of Kether on the front side of the rotted tree to the false cold light. But to its backside, its actual backside, it's the gate to Yog Sothoth in terms of the abyss reflected Da'at and the shattering of our consciousness capacities here in this realm. And is that which you do not know or cannot know or see otherwise to know unless you are a true master of the occult at the base level foundation in terms of level 1 apprentice. Meaning you've mastered the fundamentals in terms of what I'm getting at when it comes to the actual disclaimer with Temple of the White Dragon. And this is going to continue all the way out to level 5 eternal rites of initiation at the highest levels with the mystery school. And this is why I know what I know otherwise, and also what I've seen directly with others who've been taken over by this shit. So don't go and tell me, fucking anyone, that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about here. Look, you guys, I'm here to educate and inform and warn and be a way show or otherwise beyond these things. But it's all a part of the nets, traps, and snares that you're all still caught in and have not gone deep enough or reached beyond what you think you have come to know about a goddamn thing. And if you don't think that the vampires are real, then you don't know a goddamn thing in terms of reality, and you've all been blinded by the messages of Barachiel and all of the dark magicians all across the board who are not only scientists, but they are psychologists of the darkest fucking orders out there who plague upon humanity through the false cold light of Teperith, which is where the sun or that soul spark is eclipsed, and the gauge of your perception of process is now being driven by the will of the vampires themselves. And see, in terms of the sigil that I'm putting here with Teperith, it is the sigil of the black sun that reflected the cult of Aton in terms of warning the fucking realm. And it's not the same as the central sun sigil in terms of the Nordic tradition. And a lot of people get this confused. The one that you see here is the sigil of the black sun. And again, it's not the same as the sigil of the central sun. The two look very similar, but there is a distinct difference in terms of the sequence of gates that are open in terms of core intelligence when it comes to the central sun sigil versus the ones that are slammed the fuck shut with the black sun sigil in context to, again, your soul spark being eclipsed. Teperith is how they're able to manipulate Stargate 4, which is the sun gate. And understand also that all stars, in terms of suns, are all connected. And that's why we go in terms of the central sun to learn how to extract the gold of consciousness within our template versus that being concealed when it comes to core intelligence and connection to the higher force. That is what they shut the fuck down in terms of the rituals that they are setting the stage for the world to partake of in terms of their middle pillar, reflected what you see here in this segment. And they know exactly how the mind works and exactly how to manipulate it all across the board. If you think that you have not been caught in their nets, traps, and snares, then you're nothing more than a half-witted fucking idiot coming on here to Black Earth Productions thinking that you know otherwise in context to how all this shit actually works when it comes to Cabala and Clipoth. And I'm saying it like this because I actually give a fuck about you assholes. If I didn't give a fuck, and if I was actually a part of all this dark shit like a lot of fucktarded jackass morons want to assume about me, do you think for a single second that I would be exposing all of these things on here as I have been since day fucking one, on top of revealing what is beyond these things? The answer to that rhetorical question is a big fuck no. That's completely illogical. It's completely irrational. In fact, you wouldn't even know who the fuck I was whatsoever. You wouldn't, because that's how the vampires operate. You don't know who they are. And it's the vampires that cannot come out into the true light of soul or out there at the forefront like all of their puppets and scapegoats have been throughout the centuries and never knew beyond what they were also enslaved to. You have no idea just who the fuck I am or what's about to happen in our realm on our side of the equation going into 2025 and 2028. Our kind are the ones who actually slay the vampires. And this all goes back to the occult secrets of Carpathia and what the legacy of what it means to be Ufadnar at the very least level to adept with the mystery school is all about. And that's just the second level. We are lycanthropic and we are dragon wolves. And are a terrifying force to be reckoned with otherwise. Once that activates the actual Hamrami itself, it's fucking over. And the ones, in fact, that the vampires fear the most. And that's why they don't want you to remember. That's why they don't want your template to activate. It all goes back to the legends that you have heard. Actual real events in terms of reality and records that are 100% verified within the halls of Aminta itself. And as for all the controversy and again discussions that are going on about the surfaces of things when it comes to Judaism, Islam, and Christianity via communism, fascism, and socialism, all encompasses Satanism and dark Luciferianism to their actual rotted cores, again having appropriated throughout the centuries things to mix into the equation so that these ideologies play on the codes of every race, tribe, and culture that ever had an actual tradition that was in alignment with nature and the universe and the higher force. This paradox, again, is Loki's chariot. And behind it, the real motherfuckers that are driving it to the vampires. Again, as I stated, They are parasites and actual vampires by nature, and can take the form of whatever skin suit they choose, be it anyone, be it any group, any faction, or being on a multidimensional and interdimensional level. All human races, high classes, subclasses, degenerates, all colors, all blood types, all backgrounds. There is no one group of individuals on any level or beings that are running jack shit on the actual highest levels they actually operate on, having tricked all on all levels within the universal worlds that actually exist, having pulled all into various dialectic scenarios in terms of the supremacy of the divide and conquer that feeds the abyss and the dark gods via God by chaos magic and dark sorcery and the dark secret covenant when it comes to the oath and creed of the cult of Aton Set Typhon. People want to argue timelines when it comes to our ancient past. As far as I'm concerned, all of this happened many thousands upon thousands of years ago, not just a few thousand, but all culminated during the end of the 18th dynasty going into the beginning of the 19th dynasty, before and after the Great Betrayal, which all goes even further back to the point in terms of the Sumerian Draconian agenda to from there work to take over the entire fucking earth in terms of their ideologies to it, Loki's chariots, grafting everyone into this fucking boat that they will not let the fuck go of. And that's why all of you keep getting dragged through the underworld bullshit and cycles as it still stands, because you can't really see it all for what it is and let it the fuck go. You're too afraid to actually be wrong about shit. And so you cling, thinking that you're right, and you're all still exactly where the vampires want you to be. And whether people are aware of these things or not, even well-meaning and seemingly successful individuals throughout our modern times, even right now and throughout the centuries. And in our time now, we are faced with the amplification and triangulation into the Metatronic lockdown of one of the greatest deceptions and tricks of all time, which continues to keep us warring with each other. It continues to keep the entire fucking realm confused and in chaos, kept from coming back again onto the original timeline trajectory. It keeps people debating and going in circles that literally go fucking nowhere. It keeps people splitting hairs over things again and again and again, which will eventually lead to everything becoming obsolete, decimating everything into fucking space dust itself. And what does it give? I'll tell you exactly what it gives. It gives the vampires the exact amount of loosh that they need to keep all of it going, to keep on feeding, to keep on feasting on the souls of humanity. While all those that don't know the difference at best keep the betrayal cycles going, and at worst all turn and tear one another to pieces within the meat grinder that it fucking is. I know it because it's also what I sense and pick up on happening in the reality field. Not just what I'm observing, but what I'm sensing and picking up on energetically speaking. You don't understand how psychic I am. That's what all of this shit is designed to do. And so who's waiting there on the other side of the actual fucking slaughter? It's these fucking entities. In terms of Cabala and Qliphoth, who in the actual fuck do you think the Svartalf are in terms of what I've said? This whole concept of angels and demons is late. All of it's late. And what's even more late, this fucking new age bullshit. All of it's late. And to the idea of going even further back into prehistory, where our ancestors, in terms of the gods, warned all of the universal worlds about this. And even more detrimental to the fucking old ones themselves, which are riding these entities in terms of the parasite, is the fact that our universal world, which goes back to the term Midgard in terms of Udenma, and our actual galactic occult history, to it, I'm here to remind you, as a keeper of the blue flame myself, you cannot make this shit the fuck up otherwise. So, going further into the dead tree of stagnation and rot, and psychic warfare in terms of the universal fucking worlds, when it comes to the twisting and inversion of planetary consciousness and elemental consciousness. You have to understand that psychic warfare is quite literally a dark science. And when it comes to Da'at, it can actually be moved wherever in terms of the Sephiroth, with any of the Sephiroth at any given point, like a wormhole, like a black hole that manifests within the template or within the realm as it's been, taking it to the law of correspondence, as above, so below, as within, as without. Again, when it comes to Da'at being the womb gate of the abyss, and the sigil that you see in terms of Lilith Hecate can be moved to take the place of any Sephiroth, which is what actually fucking happens at any given point, again, like a wormhole, which is a black hole hook-in point, yet it's concealed on the front side in terms of the trick that is taking place, and nobody knows the difference in terms of how the false cold light operates. It's all concealed. It's lying dormant. It's an overlay underneath another overlay in terms of the sheen, in terms of this gossamer light that the trickster spirits use to blind and conceal. And then again, you wonder why no one knows the difference. We wonder why the world is in the condition that it is on top of everything else, having pulled everything through Cabala into the Clip-Off. That is how the Hall of Mirrors operates in terms of the lower astral grid works. It pulls everything through Cabala into the Clip-Off. Even if so-called practitioners work from a higher vibration, allegedly with God and the angels, it's all controlled through the gate of the old ones, as it was always designed to do. And all of the orbs that many out there have seen are all the reflections of portions of your own life force energy and pieces of your fucking soul getting stolen and harvested into these grid works. Again, going back to Yog-Sothoth. And when you do all of this so-called quote-unquote white magic and light working, all of this new age bullshit, you're met with the first two tunnels of Set Typhon, with the Twisted Circle and the Trickster when it comes to Amprobius and Barachiel in terms of invocation, incantation, summoning, and conjuring of these spirits and entities that are nothing to do with the ignition of your own eternal spirit in connection with the higher force of the Jedi itself. You slam the gates on core intelligence and open up your beingness to those that control the tunnels of Set Typhon. They are double-tongued serpents, which is significant for their magical power ascribed to observe aspect of which the path and tunnel of Barachiel is when it comes to the so-called gift of tongues and pseudo-healing and knowledge of sciences. And in context, the gift of tongues is not the same as the ignition of the Fire Letter Codex. It's a counterfeit. All of this dove shit in terms of Astaroth. The healing, however, when it actually takes place, is the healing of the ego, which again is everything to do with the will force of the individual, which aggravates against the illusion and disease of this false identity and creates a chain of endless suffering for the individual otherwise. And likewise, with the knowledge of science are given, is the knowledge of the science of darkness. And the science of darkness consists of the secret callers of the abyss, which is nothing more than a quantum vacuum in terms of black hole mathematical reversal technologies, and of that Kalenian current obtained in the woodshed's world of anti-light. The dark wizards and witches of this tunnel speak with voices that are reflected into the aura of the adept in context amplified by unnatural acoustics associated with ventriloquism. Okay, this is how they're able to control their puppets. This is how they're able to control the ones in the fucking pulpit. This is how they're able to control politics. You want to talk about fucking disease? Look at Joe Biden. That guy's the absolute fucking epitome of what I'm getting at here, but everyone just fucking follows along because he's the leader, right? No, he's a fucking husk. On top of the fact that he's a goddamn fucking pedophile. And for this to be allowed the last 4 years in our fucking nation is an absolute fucking travesty. And see, the disease that manifests in terms of this path when it comes to Barachiel is called aphasia, which is a communication disorder that typically occurs after someone has a head injury or a stroke, or it can gradually develop over time. And it's caused by damage to the parts of the brain that control language on the left side. And symptoms of this include difficulty understanding conversations, trouble writing coherent sentences, speaking in brief, incomplete sentences, using words of sentences that don't make sense, not easily recognizing objects or the names of objects or words in terms of what they mean, and not picking up on jokes or puns or social cues, all this kind of stuff, which on top of it is typified by bestial howlings, and by that monstrous speech comes through the veil of the abyss itself in terms of C333 and the old ones themselves, riding in on the consciousness capacity of alleged individuals, and especially practitioners in context to this fucking system. When it comes to Malkuth, our realm, which is gate 10 in terms of Cabala, and where all of this is being anchored in order to manifest into its solidification. Everything in terms of step-down consciousness moves accordingly. As above, so below. As within, as without. It's the effect of the actual cause you don't fully understand, because you don't know magic, you don't know the occult, you don't know the secrets of the universe, you don't know how things are manipulated, which is why I'm doing this particular portion with the occult secrets of Carpathia. It's how the input-output triangulation factors take place at the 10th gate, which doesn't actually exist in terms of the illusion of the contrarium, the simulation, the miasma that you're all conditioned to assume is real. None of it is real. It's how they have set the stage in order to get all of you to pull your strings to it, unwitted. And this is what happens when you are not the cause point in terms of an actual viable pathwork. We teach here with the Mystery School that is going to put you in a position to be the cause point in the reality field and not live in the realm of effect that has been anchored in context to Malkuth. When it comes to the 73rd hidden archdemon, when it comes to Koronzon. This is how all of the gates here in our reality field are slammed the fuck shut in terms of what manifests and what is solidified. You could take it to all of the issues and the problems that you are having as a legit practitioner when it comes to manifestation abilities. And again, with all the weapons, technologies, and the manipulation of planetary and elemental consciousness, knowing how to make the earth your altar, first and foremost, is key. Again, we are in the highest realm in terms of the spirit tip of evolution. And until you see that and become the cause point for that, you will continue to live in the realm of effect that is manifested and solidified through Cabala into the Clipoth. The purpose of exposing this is to break the dark spellcast over your mind. I'm cutting past more than I can legitimately say that anybody out there has exposed in context to all of this. And there's a lot more to it. I'm still just getting started. But before I continue, I'm going to pull this segment now into another break. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon, here on Volume 2, The Occult Secrets of Carpathia. I'll be right back, right after the break. Youth of the light, come hither and see the opening morn. Image of truth newborn. Doubt is fled, and clouds of reason, dark disputes and artful teasing. Folly is an endless maze, tangled roots perplexed her ways. How many have fallen there? They stumble all night over bones of the dead, and feel they know not but what care, and wish to lead others when they should be led. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon, back with more of the Occult Secrets of Carpathia, Volume 2. And just to share a little bit of William Blake and his poetry, the voice of the ancient bard, made the point in context to where I'm going. And now to continue with this segment. One of a sound mind would be able to see clearly all of the things that I'm explaining here. And that's the point. Again, to be the cause. Be the cause. Because in truth, nobody gives a fuck otherwise. So you may as well go for it in terms of incarnation here, because given the opportunity that we still have despite these things, is going to set course the manifestation and trajectory of the original timeline, where the true system of high magic is going to be reinstituted in the realm again with this mystery school when it comes to level 3 temple rites of initiation. But before that takes place, and before I'm actually released on the level 2, start doing this like I want to, like I've been wanting to, there has to be a certain amount of people that have taken level 1 apprentice full rites initiation into the mystery school, and also level 2 adept Ulfadnar training, that are going to be able to prove without a shadow of a doubt that you are actually fucking ready for that level. And all of this, what I'm getting into when it comes to Cabala, will unleash the wrath of hyperdimensional fucking warfare once the veil is torn the fuck back, the second veil. Most of humanity is caught in the first veil. What have I said in terms of Labyrinth of the 9 Veils? The second veil is even worse. The third, the fourth, all culminated, and is where this system of dark sorcery operates to control. And without the 7th gate access point in terms of templating, the track up the mountain piercing the veils is not going to have a tether. There's not going to be a trajectory in terms of proper knowledge and wisdom that you must focus on in order to do so. That's the point of initiation, and not just the tether to the 7th gate access point, but a tether into the primal sound fields themselves when it comes to connection with the higher force, and ignition of the internal dragon when it comes to the wolf as a true guide. If you want to solidify things in terms of level 2 adept Ulfadnar training, doors are open to that to those that have taken level 1. If you have not taken level 1 apprentice full rites initiation into the mystery school, the doors are open for those to whom it's meant. I'm not fucking around. I don't have time to waste. I'm here to work with people that are real, and real recognizes real here. I, for one, will never be pulled into the fucking abyss, and I, for two, will never be pulled into your abysmal bullshit excuses to not fucking rise in the realm. Those poisoned scrolls that you keep on clinging to in terms of assumed identity will perish at the threshold of the doors of this mystery school. Temple of the White Dragon. Recognize the opportunity being presented here. The legacy to what this mystery school represents all goes back to the original teaching that was here in terms of high magic before magic became corrupt. And in terms of this ventriloquism, all you have to do is listen to literally any fucking politician out there and any government in any religious institution. And whether they realize it or not, they're nothing but puppets to the Dark One's agendas on either side of the equation to keep the goddamn fucking meat grinder going, concealing, like I was saying, double layered, as far as this specific technique, as far as setting the world stage is concerned. And then all of you become the ritual. You're not doing your own rituals. You don't even know the difference. You are on the hamster wheel of fucking madness. You are on this fucking merry-go-round that is burning. And to this, the dangers are extreme. Yet the advantages that are to be gained seem to outweigh common fucking sense. In that they are only able to transcend the conceptual concept of images and archetypes they tend to embody, which are meant to trick the minds of the masses to pick one side of the dialectic or the other. That's how it all works. However, when it comes to the third tunnel of Set Typhon, Garcopius, which is won over the High Priestess in terms, realize that it is women who are mandatory for this to work through. And in light of that, take it to the neo-feminist agenda, especially with this New Age lightworker goddess cult bullshit, which is pretty fucking blatant otherwise, turning all of these women void for the parasite to work through in terms of the cult of Baal Lilith and all of its underlings in context to these types who are easily swayed to be influenced otherwise into it all and are nothing more than a very, very pale reflection of Gulveg, Hyder, and Angar Boda to Hyreken herself, which again is nothing more than the different forms and husks as it's warned against by my ancestors, and are nothing to do with what the true goddess is, let alone the true high priestess or the Norns themselves, how they actually operate, which will never deny the gods, let alone the organization and alignment of nature in the universe, the higher force and honor to the gods and the true high priest, who do not subject themselves to the dark goddess in exoneration or castration or worship in service to her, knowing the goddamn difference is men. We that know the difference are vampire slayers. That's who the fuck we are, and our women are much more powerful than these husks that assume that men are obsolete and that men are the reason evil exists in the world. All of it goes much, much deeper past the surface. These are husks. These are shells. Like I said, the vampires can take on any form that they want, but you can't detect them because you're not spiritually discerned. You're not activated your template. And it's case by case. Many still cannot fully understand or comprehend because they either don't know the occult and are unwitted, or they do know and are willing wombs. There are women out there that are 100% fucking willing. Some of them are even out there on the world stage. Gargophius manifests the aphorisms of Lemuria, which swarm upon this path 13 monstrous shapes representing unnameable realities and manifests as menstrual disease. And all of the light workers of an alleged spirituality and context who indeed deal with this. Listen to what I'm saying. It's a reflection of how you've been hooked in and why it's happening. And I'm talking about on the level of psychosomatics when it comes to the manipulation of dark sorcery and purport a disease of the lunar current itself, which again all goes back to the gauge of perception and the physical nervous system that has been overridden by all this shit, riddled the etheric body manifesting its trajectory. So all of you so-called witches who use the lunar current in terms of Lilith Hecate and the false triple goddess to summon forth or do incantations or invocations are all fucked. And on top of it, Cabala and Clipoth is full of nothing but nets, traps, and snares along these paths. And you don't have the proper knowledge and wisdom, let alone the correct biological technology to use or navigate the tunnels of Set Typhon. Even if you have the right map to see yourself all the way through the other side of the equation. Go back to the spawning of the Murrian horrors that are manifest Gargophius. It all goes back to when the wombs of creation were hijacked and things in terms of the breeding programs that gave birth to monsters again and again and again and again. And this is also what the mythos of my ancestors warned the entire fucking world about. The things that have been planted and living inside you, waiting to do their thing. to make you fat, to make you old, to make you ugly and fucked up, and later come out as discharge and possess you and try to possess everyone and everything around you. And see, this is substantiated by the bow and arrow and that which seeks to destroy the true high priestess, and also her position with the lunar current that is in alignment otherwise, which represents full access to Amente itself. So instead of evolving, the womb gate becomes an engine for damnation. And all of you so-called New Age goddess light workers, you continue to contaminate everything. And somebody needs to tell it to you straight, because all of it is what led up to what manifested in 2020 in terms of the womb gate to this fucking reality. And on a blitz in terms of this shit getting birthed into our world again. How many lined up for the needlecraft on top of it? Turning the world into the place that it is now. And so many more of you lined up to have the same fucking experience. So keep it going if you don't hear what the fuck I'm saying. You're letting everybody know from here on out just who the fuck you actually are. And it's those that assume otherwise as well. All of this New Age goddess cult bullshit needs to fucking stop. It needs to fucking end because it's all bullshit. It's all fake. You all expect the entire realm just to bow to you because you're a woman, which is ridiculous. That's not how this works. That's not how the high priestess even acts, let alone a high priest in terms of the god realms. That is how the vampires operate. Luana Carmilla, and all of it violates common sense. All of it violates the law of correspondence and how things actually work in terms of the law of cause and effect, when we are all supposed to be fucking evolving, not getting sucked into the womb gate of the fucking abyss. So what, to become an engine of devolving through Cabala into the Carpathia? And what's even worse with most of them is that they don't even know it. There's men that don't know it either and need to wake the fuck up and come back into alignment and take initiation into the mystery school, one like ours that can actually show you what it means to be to the path of the original timeline trajectory and get fucking healed. Otherwise, you're pretty much screwed. And if you want to try to argue against it directly with myself about it, then you can all go fuck yourselves. I don't care. Again, 1,000 steps ahead of the game. The proof is 100% in the pudding of this reality field as it currently stands. That factor, when it comes to that specific path, getting into Gargophius. And to the fourth path, Tunnel of Set Typhon, Dagdagio, is to do with the manipulation of the Empress in terms of the maiden, held to a slightly higher position of an alleged queen in the realm. One who actually rules herself, as it is with the Emperor. One that actually rules himself, not one who rules over others, as many would assume to its manipulation and actual influence otherwise. The planetary gate associated with the Empress is Venus, but to the tunnel of the backside of Cabala, its infernal counterpart is the base of the trapezoid. It's the base, okay? Which opposes the upright pyramid of fire that hangs on the balance between the 13th gate axis point into the true primal light fields, as to bridge the abyss in context through Da'at, which reflects nothing but the false cold light from this place, Dagdagio. She's the maiden vampire of the night. She is an apprentice of Luana Carmilla, again associated with Lilith Hecate, and possesses the mark of the Scarlet Woman, where we find the spiders of Set Typhon, which infest all of the tunnels and paths of the Sephiroth of Cabala and Carpathia. And it's why the Norns weep for what has been woven otherwise to the dark Luciferian currents, and yet worse, those of Angar Boda and Hyrukin. As for the spiders of Set Typhon, they create 256 windows reflected the false cold light into other dimensions within the subrealms of the lower astral gridworks, with their transmission towers pulsing terrestrial energies that erode and mutate human consciousness, which further explains why humans have gone fucking insane, especially since 2020, with more and more people who are led into working with this particular system since it really started to be pumped out into the realm, going all the way back to the very least the year 2000, producing more and more weak-ass snowflakes in the realm. And ironically, on a side note to consider in terms of correlations here, When Microsoft first came out, it had exactly 256 colors linked up with the spiders to weave forward what has been called the World Wide Web. That's right. In terms of the symmetry of the spider's web, to this tunnel underling is not structured upon a plane surface, but occupies various planes. Filaments, the crisscross filaments produce an insane geometry from within the tunnel, and the web is seen to form tenuous threads of gossamer light that curate and fill up within the darkness and gulfs of space between the Sephiroth and between the tunnels. And this is where the manipulation of the spindle of the energy force now is weaving forth. All the nets, traps, and snares. It's also where the snake and the spider meet in one symbol to their twisting and perversion and inversion in sequence with Dagdagio. This and other terms are the Badura song or tell, the spiders of Set Typhon. And they are 100% fucking real, and I've also 100% fucking faced these things. With what was unleashed in the year 2000, I literally had to pull one out of my chest, etherically speaking. It was fucking insane. That fucker jumped on top of me, sank its fucking fangs into my fucking heart, and tried to fucking kill me. On top of what was manifesting around me. It was fucking insane. And so to the stake in context, you got to drive it through these fucking things. And all of this inverted lunar current in which manipulated men weave their webs accordingly in order to castrate themselves. So in terms of trying to raise your frequency, you're in fact raising your consciousness capacity into all of these paths. And you've all been lied to in terms of what we need to be doing here on Earth. It's not the raising of frequency that's going to get us there. It's the ignition of core intelligence and connection with the higher force that's going to get us there. All the raising of vibration is only amplifying the lockdown, keeping that specific current of energy in terms of the feedback loop and betrayal cycle bullshit that humanity has been caught in. You raise the frequency in context of gridworks of consciousness that you're keyed into. That's what's going to perpetuate itself. Amplified. Again, raising your frequency is not what's going to get us there. Just look at the last 200 years. Everything that's spiked this last century leading up to our present moments. The web that is within the tunnels of Cabala are interspatial voids and gulfs of cosmic immensity. Wormholes of the abyss, the black holes, specifically with Path 4, the diseases which can manifest are things like syphilis, gonorrhea, an uncontrollable nymphomania. All of this shit to child trafficking is a major part of it all. All of the sex trafficking and the branding of sex slaves who are forced to obey these false masters or gurus' orders with no question to the threat to their very fucking lives. And as I've said, the spiral is becoming tighter and tighter in terms of devourment that still continues to block the gate to the procession of the grand cycle, which is the gate of the ignition of core intelligence and connection to the higher force in order to anchor that here on ground level and ascend here on ground level and to truly master this existence on all levels, which is required in terms of incarnation. It's required in terms of protocol with the mystery school. But look at all of this abhorrent shit that's taking place in terms of child trafficking, sex slaves, all this kind of stuff. Splitting consciousness at a very early age in order to corrupt mind, which then moves things forward in terms to the fifth tunnel and corresponds to the corruption of the gate of the emperor. And it's the path of Hem-Eth Tereth in order to bleed it dry, in order to take power pulled into these orbs, and is known in the book of Thoth as the doorway firmament when it comes to Shaitan, which is a name given to the Scarlet Woman, and further given to certain subclasses of women chosen for their ability to transmit vaginal vibrations of the babbler of the abyss. They are called scarlet because red is the color of the lunar current in its Martian phase. And on top of it all, Shaitan is the Chaldean form of Set Typhon, and the waters form the blood of the deluge that embodies the current in its feminine form, and are among those that have been prepared by the Dark Ones to be sacrificed to Set Typhon. So all of you women out there that go with this kind of shit as some kind of insidious fashion or ideology to that are being prepared and are in line to the altar of sacrifice to it, which in turn manifests the things that I mentioned, the potential diseases and mental disorders that you're not able to control when it comes to libido. One case of this is revealed in the movie Black Snake Moan with Christina Ricci. That's one example. All of this is being manipulated, and they are also being worked through to target and destroy the Emperor in terms of archetypes of human consciousness and alignment. I can go on and on about porn and prostitution, OnlyFans, and a lot of other things. This is all a direct manifestation of what I'm getting at, to not only seduce you women, but seduce and distract men who are meant to be kings, mastering the gate of the Emperor, as you master the gate of the Empress. Having become true adepts and apprentices in terms of the magician, this is why we put the high priestess first, before the magician. And the fool, reflected, the hermit in terms of the wand of fire, is the high priest, the soul. And this to how the ancient wisdom councils were set up, going all the way back to Udenma, going all the way back to ancient Kemet before magic became corrupt. There was an organization, an alignment to it, which was a cause point for the realm to flourish. But all of these concepts have been twisted over the centuries in terms of rulers having these large harems and a lot of other things in terms of pseudo power. That when you look behind the scenes, it's corroded and corrupt to the fucking core. It also manifests in terms of mothers copulating with their sons in terms of incest. Twisted shit. And one of the worst things that happens is when a child is conceived, is taken over and possessed by these entities, the shards of Set Typhon. Also overtly there to torment their parents and literally do nothing else. Because their consciousness capacity is not only riddled with entities, but is also being driven by the parasite and psychopathy in terms of their state of mind and being, and how the inverted star energy that flashes its gossamer light through the dog star Sothis, the nature of children born in this cell, is satanic in the sense that it's procreated by the dark magical method involving the use of the eye of Set Typhon, which in other words is the eye of providence that floats over the 13-tier trapezoid on the back of the dollar bill in context. And from there are able to control what happens within the grid works of the trapezoid in terms of the lockdown equations of the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 sequence. That again to manipulate the spindle of the energy force within an individual's template and conscious state of mind. And the eye of Set Typhon is the great eye of the Watchers, the Svartalfar and Drugar, and through the Dark Brotherhoods and Sisterhoods are able to control what happens in terms of reality. And all of these children that are influenced by these things deal not only with its manipulation, they don't have the IQ capacity on top of these false education dictums that are brainwashing the fucking shit out of them are unwitted fucktards. They can't even see these things when they're hiding them in plain sight. Not only cannot the children see them, but the parents especially cannot see them. And any parents that fucking do, well, what do we fucking label? Crazy, weird, strange. Do you understand what the fuck we're actually up against here? Nothing has been cut through in terms of the first fucking veil yet on the level that is actually necessary. Parents that have children that have been heavily involved when it comes to ritual summoning, incantation, invocation, and conjuring of these lesser spirits in terms of the Sephiroth, there is no difference. There has never been any difference between angels and demons. They all reflect one another within the Hall of Mirrors. You're getting fucking harvested slowly over time. And that's what the system of dark sorcery was quite literally invented for. And it's not only what the Dark Brotherhoods and Sisterhoods use, but also the so-called good, reflected again the false cold light of the Light Brotherhoods and Light Sisterhoods that mainly focus on angelic aspects of Cabala, and all of it is nothing more than a massive dialectic that is controlled by Set Typhon. It's the fuel that drives Loki's chariot in terms of what we know as shape-shifting. It's one thing and then becomes another, and then another, and yet another again. And while you're jumping from one foot to the fucking next, not knowing the difference, getting raked the fuck out again and again and again. And at these points to the amplification when it comes to the procession, it's all raising to the surface. And if you don't know how to navigate consciousness otherwise, like still so many don't, not only are they getting caught in all the nets, traps, and snares, more of them, more often than not, are putting on these chains willingly. It's willful ignorance and apathy that has taken them. And it is Behemoth that is ordered to take them, the wormholes, these black holes that are riddled without the templating as hooks into actual practitioners, which correspond on 1 over to the Hierophant in terms of Path 6. These are called Urians, and manifests the afflicting power of the archangel demon Samael, upon which its altar stands Lilith, the mother of madness and murder, the excrement of aborted consciousness. Here the Hierophant becomes the judge of the dead, whose symbol is the jackal in terms of Thoth, the dark scribe who revealed the inverted transcripts and corruption of magic to the dark and false light brotherhoods and sisterhoods in terms of Cabala via the Clipoth. He is the howler of the huts of the dead, the house of the net, which is to do with conjuring the Goetia. And the Goetica, those who are in the business of conjuring these things, are also bled dry by the dark magicians to give them power otherwise, who in turn feed off the dead in order to get power from those who are not awakened in our realm, and further ensure the manipulations of this reality field continue within this tunnel specifically, which is even further fed the parasite in terms of the vampires. After this comes Path 7, and resides the entity known as Samradio, which is the inverted gate of the lovers, which in alignment reflects the astral shells of those that made the crossing, transcended the abyss. However, when you bridge the abyss, you leave all the shit that is in these astral shells to be thrown into the cosmic trash can. If you don't deal with it accordingly, they lock you down into the influence, what traps consciousness into a potential extreme of total fucking torment. And on the front side with Cabala, it is Shugal. And on the back side, in terms of the Clipoth, it is Koronzon that will stand in the way of this ultimate fusion that is meant to take place with the Lover's Gate in order to transcend the abyss and seal off the rift. The number of Shugal is 333 in context to Koronzon. Shugal is the desert fox of Set Typhon, the male half of the beast in context. And Koronzon is the other aspect of this beast, the quote-unquote guardian of the threshold. So all of the people into the New Age light worker teachings, Freemasonry, etc., they have all been fed to Koronzon, the desert howler Shugal, and reflects the inverted gate of the lovers, which further reflects the union of Samael and Lilith from the sixth tunnel with Uran's inverted union with Zamradio, whose gridworks of consciousness go all the way back to gate 0 in terms of the inverted circle of the magician and gate of the old ones to Set Typhon to bring forth the manifestation of the babbler of the abyss. So the energy that powers the lovers of the seventh path, in the tunnel beneath it, it has been conformed to RVPHT, which equals 292, which seals off access to the 13th gate and the primal light and sound fields. And in terms of Gematria, is the drug of the dead, which further is represented by the black bird of Set and the black pig of Typhon, and all these people out there that are overtly drug-induced that proceed fucking each other's brains out every fucking weekend, on top of all of these dark rituals and these quote-unquote eyes wide shut type orgy situations. which is quite literally happening everywhere all the fucking time, are powered by this tunnel and path of the spiders of Set Typhon specifically. And it's from this tunnel that the dark forces emerge and seek from the abyss, a non-being permeating the powers of manifestation with the shadows of their absence, and is the one over the true power of the Lover's Gate in alignment in order to bridge the abyss and access the seventh gate in terms of wisdom, which all goes back to Libra. It goes back to the scales. It goes back to proper knowledge and wisdom. It goes back to alignment with core intelligence. It goes back to connection with the higher force, like I keep saying again and again and again, but you stupid fuckers aren't hearing what I'm saying. And all of it otherwise is the complete and total fucking antithesis of what the alchemical rites of initiation and alchemical wedding to it being actualized within the templating of individuals is taken the fuck over. In the tarot, in terms of the Lover's Gate, that angel in that specific card is Shugal. And then you take it to its correspondence with the Gate of the Devil, that's Choronzon. And both reflect the paradox in terms of Cabala and how these arts have been taken, which stand on their own. All of them have been taken and fused with this system for the purpose of mind control and dark sorcery in the realm. It is how magic became corrupt. And then we wonder why all the issues and the problems are happening in the world in terms of relationships. There's a lot of other factors, but this is getting to the root occult factor. And all you have to do is get online and check out all the forums and controversy and discussions taking place quite literally all across the board every single day, exposing this shit, but people still don't understand why. And the entire fucking realm is confused and is in chaos about it otherwise because they don't understand that dark sorcery, to what I'm exposing here, is the cause point to it all, while drowning in the realm of effect, not knowing the difference because they have not been initiated and they don't know the occult. They don't know thyself. And that's just the base level in terms of foundation. And this is fucking why. Quite literally to the fucking T, in which this aspect of Cabala and Clipoth was invented to be an anchor for it. For its cause for these specific gridworks of lower sub-realm consciousness. And see, the supreme totem of this fucking tunnel is the spectral hyena, beastifying the lovers. And in terms of antipathy, it is the female that is in charge of a pack of hyenas or jackals. And you can take that to the betrayal of Thoth in context, where dead love was expressed to its manifestation of what happened between men and women in the realm, taken to the goddamn Inyani massacre in context. Fuck. I mean, all of these things I'm getting into correlate and connect to not only events that have actually taken place to our ancient occult past, but right on up to the present moment. And the cult of the spectral hyena persists when all other forms and alignment otherwise perish, even when certain magicians and seers and messengers have been able to know all of this kind of shit and have said nothing about it for centuries, including Dr. John Dee, who named it Choronzon, along with Edward Kelly. And then there's H.P. Lovecraft, who called it Yog-Sothoth, in terms of Thoth, via the Jackal of the Abyss, which feeds off the lovers in order that the manifestation and destruction of union, let alone sacred union, in terms of actual template holders in the realm, doesn't happen. It keeps us fighting amongst each other, the war between men and women, with all this contentious malice and vile contempt on top of it all. It's all a breeding ground for raising horrific children that manifest as spokes within the meat grinder. Is that what you want your children to be? Is that what you want your progeny to be? Is that what the fuck your legacy is in the world as a man? To be fed upon by Shugal and Choronzon? You're taken by the tunnel of Zamradiel. It all feeds like a vampire. How they're able to make these things happen in our world to rake out the essential oil and life force energy of their victims. The young and vibrant and youthful are all turned into vampiric orcs and hags across the board And then we all wonder why. And the parasite drinks the liquid plasma and bioplasma in terms of gossamer light within the blood itself that's manifest in terms of all of this, mingled with the menstruation of the dark priestess who has drained it all into a chalice that opens up the pylons and pyrons of Shugal. And this is why light workers rapidly age and start becoming horrible looking. All these effects that manifest in terms of ill health. And like I said, I've seen it over the years myself. And how is it that that's happening with these individuals while we over here are experiencing age reduction, sustaining our health? We are vibrant, we are alive, we are shining forth. And the connections and the correspondence that I have with not only those that are closest to me, but my inner circle. We're not being sucked on by the vampires. We're slaying this shit is what the fuck we do. If any of it even gets close and say someone's hooked the fuck in on or they're being fucking worked through, don't think you're going to cross the threshold with our kind and not get smoked the fuck out in terms of who the fuck you are. And if you don't allow that false identity to get stacked and burned out of your fucking template, it's like I've said, you got all these goddamn fucking wormholes riddled throughout your fucking template. You're stepping onto a proverbial cosmic fucking minefield if you try to fuck with our kind. And again, you don't see us coming. You don't know when we're going to fucking strike. And just like the Tuatha De Danann, we know how to cloak ourselves. So when it comes to what is online and individuals that have gone public in context to this pathway between Bana and Tepereth, which being of another dimension, Zomradia in terms of false ascension is neither flesh or specter or white or black nor human or beast, but a combination of hybrid entities far surpassing in horror those described by the ancients, or a product of an unnatural congress. And the hyena is symbolic of all the half-lives and twilight states of consciousness, all crossbreeds interweaving and coiled, warming down these images into flesh, and then branding them with the mark of the vampires and the myriad of individuals that it chooses as its vehicles. This accounts a phenomenal sense for the ominous appearances and banshees describe this path in Crowley's Liber 777. And is why, in terms of this mystery school, we must master jumping dimensions so that you don't get caught in these fucking tunnels. We must know how to transcend and discern and know the difference in terms of how the vampires operate, how the power of the seduction is wielded to lure in terms of bliss, to be able to ward against the power of hypnosis and strong suggestion that lead people into the proverbial slaughterhouse, devoured by trickery, to be devoured by lies and a shit ton of spiritual bullshit that leads nowhere, let alone shows you how to master the relationship you actually have with your very soul that, according to Cabala, concealed Tepereth in terms of the seventh gate access point, wisdom, and pulls everything into its inversion with tunnel 7, so as to move forward with tunnel number 8 now, which is one over the chariot. This specific tunnel is ruled by an entity known as Charakith, which in other words is the inverted holy grail or cup of consolation, that which consoles the dark adept on a path to Charakith, with the cup of the scarlet woman that circumvents ecstasy to clarity, and the actual proper knowledge and wisdom in terms of the arts and sciences of immortality, trading it out for its total fucking counterfeit in terms of bloodletting. All the adrenochrome, right? And see, to this, you must understand that the total addiction to the drinking of blood by the vampires is quite the phenomenon to behold in terms of reality. We've seen it depicted, but what's not fully understood is the need for all that war in the realm, over extreme levels of literally millions of people being fed into this cup of consolation from which the Scarlet Woman drinks and actually bathes in otherwise. and those that drink of her cup run draining cup after cup of the broth distilled by the great mother of abominations via Lilith, Hecate, Luana, Carmilla, who yield eagerly to drink the dark desires of wine, which confers on the dark brotherhoods and sisterhoods a pseudo-bliss, an alleged immortality, but only at the cost of immense bloodshed in order to feed, and not only to feed themselves, but to feed the parasite that rules their consciousness in terms of the old ones, which again are black hole entities that sprang forth the womb gate of the abyss, and is highly, highly addictive to them. And when it becomes obsessive with the vampires, that is when they are the most dangerous, or when they start to go hungry in the realm. And all the major wars that have ever happened are all connected to those specific times as they manifested in our realm. After all, was it not Thomas Jefferson that stated that the tree of quote-unquote liberty from time to time must be watered with the blood of patriots and tyrants? Tree of liberty, taken in context to the dead tree of stagnation and rot, to what I'm getting at, and it's not to make a fucking pun here. Where exactly the fuck has that led our realm otherwise in terms? Do you think for a single fucking second that the higher force of all creation requires any fucking blood to be shed whatsoever? The answer to that question is a big, gigantic fuck no, it doesn't. And we don't slay the vampires for the sake of watering this dead tree of stagnation and rot. You have to understand that it's all been twisted otherwise to keep the rivers of blood flowing to a false virtue otherwise. Our blood doesn't need to be added to the goddamn fucking equation in terms of what actual freedom requires. Yes, there have been many heroes and beyond brave individuals that have lost their lives in this war. But we don't fight, and we do not war for the sake of it. We fight, and possibly put our lives at risk to preserve the sanctity of this fucking realm. We're not fucking martyrs to a lost cause, and we sure as fuck are not made into human sacrifices pulled out on their provocations in terms of wars that they are enacting. You cross that line, you're gonna get fucked. And with that, I'm gonna take this segment into another break. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. I'll be right back, right after this. And we are back. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon, here on Black Earth Productions. And now to continue with Volume 2 of the Occult Secrets of Carpathia. When our kind strike, you're not gonna see it coming. They still don't see it coming, is my fucking point. You guys have no idea what's manifesting behind the scenes on our end. They are blind to their addiction and in fear of the soul of those that are truly immortal mortals beyond their capacity because of the power of what we know how to extract in terms of the gold of consciousness from within our templating, which is now flowing within our blood and bones. Reflected the actual, real, great work that I myself and others with this mystery school have achieved. They cannot drink or fuck with our blood because if they did, they would be evaporated into fucking space dust. And it's a major part of our protection and ward otherwise. They cannot come out into the light. And we cannot be turned and operate from incorruptible templating. Our templating is incorruptible. The question is this: are you? Are you incorruptible or are you corruptible? So to explain the difference in terms of the technology of the vampires, it's within the tunnel between Bana and Gabura, and its formula leads the magician down the path of becoming dead that would otherwise be traversed having been caught there. And see, another way of looking at all of this goes into the concept of host fields within the lower astral gridworks. Again, all of these are gridworks of consciousness that are laced out within the web of the tunnels. All designed again to feed everyone into the meat grinder, and is in other words called the long con, which has been feeding on all the Rosicrucians and all the OTO and Freemasons and New Age fucktards, getting them all to do magic rituals which are filled with booby traps that feed them into the cosmic fucking meat grinder, along with everybody else unwitted, because they have not achieved the actual gates of initiation. And because of the fact that they all work with Cabala and Carpathia and their bullshit grimoires. And for the most part, there's not one magic grimoire out there that you will find that does not have Cabala or Carpathia in it. Unless you dig deeper. And get access to records and volumes that are beyond all this shit. That is what I offer. That is what I teach. It's also what I practice and what I live in context to my personal pathwork. And what the high magic of this mystery school represents. And the situation in terms of magic and practice is far, far, far fucking worse than people realize that don't even know the occult. Or let alone could assume that they know the occult can possibly actually fucking reveal. Because in terms of the unknown corridors of records, accessing a mente is key. And you don't transcend without the dragon and the key. And in terms of the long con, perpetuated by those that are at the very top of the fucking food chain in terms of the vampires, or the most powerful dark sorcerers and dark witches in the entire fucking realm. Feeding off all of this shit for centuries now. And it's quite the fucking setup once you actually all see it for what it is. They're the one turning the fucking wheel. Conditioned to it. On an obsession. You're nothing but a cog in the fucking machine. Turning everything and everybody out there into fucking spokes. And that's the main fucking issue in context to what I'm getting at with this part of the occult secrets of Carpathia. No one in the fucking realm can even see it like this because you're all still fucking caught in it. And you won't see it fully until you're on the other fucking side of it, like I am with others that see and know these things as well. This is how the long con operates otherwise. And in every game or con, there's always an opponent and there's always a fucking victim. And you must understand here that Cabala and Carpathia come straight from the Sumerian Draconian Empire in terms of our ancient past. It's nothing to do with ancient Kemet in terms of Egypt, and it sure as fuck is nothing to do with the original Western magical traditions whatsoever. And the reason many don't know this fact is because they don't know the actual occult history of true high magic otherwise. Again, what we operate with when it comes to the true universal tree of life. And things to the ancient past are frankly irrelevant in terms, because the real question is this: who's actually living it now? And this is what we live, and this is what we work with otherwise, knowing the difference. Do you think that I'm going to stand by as one of the Magi Grail Shaman in the realm and say nothing to expose all this shit for what the fuck it really is? I told you it was coming, and now it's here. To make the points very fucking clear, Cabala comes straight from the Sumerian Draconian Empire. That is where it originated, and that is where it was fucking invented for the purpose of dark sorcery and mind control, to not only corrupt the original teaching and the original arts, but to take over this entire fucking world. And the people cannot accept the fact that you've been tricked, that you've been sold a fucking lie to it, and what it represents otherwise. I have battled dark magician vampires and dark witch cunts myself directly. And then you're gonna try and fucking tell me otherwise? And you want to assume that because of your position in the armchair, in terms of theory and not actual fucking experience? It's like a motherfucker that reads a book on how to fly an airplane, but he's never flown a fucking airplane. I've flown the airplane of what the fuck it means to be a dragon wolf. Right now, in our world, their dark sorcery has been amplified on such levels beyond what they were even capable of before. And to all the contrast, it is the howlers of the abyss otherwise that keep Shamash in the position of God, which is the God of the Old Testament and New Testament and the fucking Quran when it comes to Judaism, Islam, Christianity, let alone Gnosticism. And it is the Elohim, which must feed on the life force energy of all things. And frankly, in terms of my point of view at table, all of this goes back to Loki's chariot, and even Loki himself, who again desired to be above all the other gods. All of this other shit that's been appropriated otherwise is late in terms of our actual occult history when it comes to religion. It's not the other way around in terms of these false ideologies that keep us from knowing who we truly are and just what the fuck is actually going on. And has spliced the shit within these false belief systems and governments that are nothing to do with any true traditions of any race, tribe, and culture, but have only been used by the vampires to churn our realm, and all of them are blood cults on top of everything else, especially Christianity, via Satanism, which worships the torture and bloodshed of vicarious atonement, required that a human sacrifice be made in terms of remission. That's about just as fucking satanic as it can fucking get. And what's even worse is that it's the twisting and inversion of Odin's sacrifice unto himself on Yggdrasil, the actual spindle of the true universal tree of life, in order to obtain proper knowledge and wisdom perpetuated by his own shadow blood brother, to not only destroy the Bifrost in terms of universal worlds. Odin's sacrifice unto himself in order to obtain proper knowledge and wisdom, to actually transcend, to actually fucking evolve. Again, this goes back to the art and science of alchemy. This goes back to the secrets of ancient Kemet. But all this other stuff that's manifested in reflection has been perpetuated by the shadow blood, be it Gulveg, be it Lilith, be it Hecate. It's all diametrically fucking connected beyond what I can fully ever really say. Timelines and knowledge and how things were explained in different places over time. And our true history was lost. How many fucking times it's been rewritten over and over to serve the agenda of the fucking vampires themselves. And this is why there's a difference in terms of this platform, because I've access to Mente. And yes, I do actual research and study otherwise, because you have to know how to make correlations, even if it's just scraps within parchments, like little footnotes and shit like that. And then all of a sudden, boom, it connects to another piece and then a greater piece. And then You start to weave this tapestry back together. You get my point? However, just like Carl Jung stated, our true history is in our blood. So activation of the blood codes, activation of the ancestors within your templating is key. And being very acute in terms of pattern recognition. That's another factor before you start getting into things like etymology, how fucking twisted it actually is, or any language or ideology or whatever. And there's a difference between true traditions and ideologies. And without this in your arsenal, things get very confused. And idiots that go with the idea that these archetypes, in terms of angels or demons, the Sumerian Draconian pantheon, are there to show you the true path. Well, from our vantage point, it's where you're going to get fucked. Don't get it confused with your New Age bullshit or pseudo-occult assumptions about anything I'm saying otherwise. Caught within the lockdown of the Metatronics, which reflects Jormungandr in terms of the Ouroboros and lockdown equations into the 124875, and is one of Loki's fucking children. I made those correlations. That is what truth has revealed to me. I have never read these things anywhere. This is direct transmission from the halls themselves. And I'm the one where you first ever heard it in context. And you can take anything that I've said in any segment and share it with others and inform them. That's the point. I'm not going to territorially piss on knowledge, to which, yes, being a template holder, I'm also a steward. It's been entrusted for this very purpose. So hear what the fuck I'm saying. This isn't about hoarding knowledge to use as a weapon to wield against those that don't actually fucking get it or know it yet still. When I start going the fuck off about shit, I'm addressing those that think they fucking know and they still don't get it. Those that should have got it many, many years ago now. You still want to go on about politics, thinking that that's what the fuck is going to get us there? You're still in diapers, motherfuckers. And if you can't see it clear and navigate it otherwise and assume that you're going to get the best of what's coming with everything that's manifesting beyond all of this shit and don't see through it, then you were never on the path to begin with. And it is us who are being protected against individuals that are simply not ready to cross these thresholds. You're free to be food for the fucking vampires. And how does that sound? The idea that you are food destined for the fucking meat grinder. That's one trajectory. I highly advise initiation at level 1 apprentice. I will go into things with you one-on-one. I work one-on-one with people. That's what I spend most of my time doing. I love putting out content. I love breaking things the fuck down. I want to be able to do it more, and more is coming. But as for those that want to go the way of the trickster and listen to all of the rabbis' bullshit that run all of the goddamn subsects of the Sanhedrin in context to it, on top of everything else that happens with this system of twisted and limited magic, then good the fuck luck. It's not going to work for what's coming. It's not working for what's here. And it won't be long until you unfortunately perish under the weight of what you cannot fully understand you have unleashed into the fucking realm to a 100% ROI by these entities. 100% with motherfucking interest, which is your fucking soul. And because you're not versed enough to know the difference, locked down into your dogmatic and pragmatic practices that have limited you and kept you all from the actual fucking truth of reality. Some of you are hearing me as I'm addressing all of this and know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. And you can sense to know it, but you don't understand what it is that keeps compelling you towards the mystery of what you fully cannot comprehend yet still, because you, along with everyone else, were cut the fuck off, as were your ancestors that perpetuated the betrayal cycles. This is what we're meant to heal at this point of the procession, to catch up the soul cycle, to heal the ancestors, so that this doesn't fucking repeat. It's a repeat of a fucking repeat of a repeat. It's not a reset. It's a goddamn fucking repeat on the spokes, fuckers. that keeps perpetuating itself to keep you cut the fuck off. So as for the path of Charakith, it again is designed to prevent the raw Hor Cahoots from activating and keeps people locked down and emanates the false cold light that imbues a twisted version of what the Holy Grail actually is. To a counterfeit that the Dark Goddess drains the blood of these foolish dark adepts and false cold light adepts in order to feast and contrives to enter the wombs of women in order to give birth to evil into the world through stolen seed. Next is the ninth tunnel, which is now to the path of Tempithoth, whose symbol is that of a lion serpent and is what amplifies the spirit of lust, where dark magical coupling takes place in terms of archetypes of the Scarlet Woman and the Beast. It's perpetuating itself. Do you see what I'm getting at here? It further is the twisting of the current of Sekhmet. This path is that of training wild parasitized beasts to be subject to a vampiric woman, the dominatrix, who then by bridling and directing the insensate and twisted passions within the tunnel of Tempithoth, this formula is reflected as an unbridled lust, symbolized by the black cat of the sabbatic mysteries. And with all the roaring and hissing and explosive narcissistic rage fits that manifest this specific kind of current, the root vibration of this happens specifically through the woman. Here the snakes writhe in the cauldron of their wombs. The dark witches of the Sabbath of Set Typhon wail and howl the spirits of the Goetia in order to amplify the influence of unbridled lust in the realm, to siphon life force energy to fuel the vampire's endeavors. And here is where the 10 Kalas are employed for these major inverted sex magic workings within the tunnels of Set Typhon to the 3rd, 4th, 6th, and 8th, and then here to Tempithoth. And that's all the shit that we've been seeing getting normalized in the world, which is a major cause point. These types of demons manifest designed to quote unquote suck the land dry, and are the workings that involve the atavistic resurgence of dark sorcery back into the realm. And then taken to the 10th tunnel of Set Typhon reflected the 10 Kalas in terms of the manipulation of step-down consciousness, the path of Yamatu, and comports a buildup of sexual energy for magical purposes, but without a final release, and is one of the ways the Dark Ones promote this within the New Age movement as some kind of high spiritual practice, when in fact, if not released, will eventually drive the person into psychotic episodes holding the idea that they're going to obtain immortality doing this. And you have to understand that all of this shit that has come out over the years is nothing more than convoluted fucking bullshit. And it comes from the idea that arose not only from the natural urge to protect the manipulated ego from the impact of death, in context to actual transformation, alluding to the idea that this is what was required in order to make it happen. And all of it eventually leads to a psychotic break on the other side of the equation in terms of these false spiritual practices, and when unleashed, perpetuates the state of mind that can turn individuals into rapists, into child molesters, okay? All of that other insane behavior that is unnatural when it comes to what it means to be human here on Earth. It turns people into fucking predators and makes them go fucking psychotic. And when you try to dam up the waters that are not in flow, that are not in alignment otherwise, you can expect all of this blocked, built up, inverted, and twisted sexual energy to unleash a plague of sexual crimes all across the fucking board, especially when it comes to government and religious institutions that on the front demonize and potentially condemn any kind of natural sexual union, taking it back to the 7th gate of the tarot, which reflect the gates of wisdom that happen in alignment, which actually increase our health. It increases our physical prowess and magical ability. It actually increases it when things are in alignment and things are in flow, and you're in a union transcending the fucking goddamn abyss and sealing off the goddamn fucking rift. That is what they don't want to happen between men and women. And that's what the Dark Ones fear the most, is that we're going to figure this shit the fuck out and actually live our lives in alignment to it. Because when you do, and when it's right to express and is moved into the correct things that perpetuate life and you're in your creative capacity, especially in terms of the family unit that is healthy, that is vibrant, a tribe of people that have come together on the same page, cannot be manipulated or harvested otherwise. And no one's betraying or stabbing each other in the back. We are not orgiastic. No. Our practices are much more aligned, again, with how things actually fucking work. And if you do it right, the health and the vibrance cannot be siphoned, and you cannot be manipulated otherwise to be harvested by the fucking vampires and pulled into their inverted gridworks to be drained into the cup of the Scarlet Woman, and then forced, in terms of mind control, on a willing consent to worship and bow down to the Dark Goddess in context. All of these New Age light-working goddess cults, some of them are actual sex cults. And they're all a part of the great matriarch that is going to rule the world. Well, they are all, in fact, acting in accordance with the Dark One's agendas. And especially those that, again, want to undermine a man's position in the world to lead and to create and to be the spear tip of evolution. And that's how all of you women that still don't get it think that by squaring up the men, that's what's going to fucking get us there. And then you wonder why you're suffering and delusional otherwise and confused, and that you cannot psychologically escape, let alone navigate this shit, because you don't know how things actually work in alignment. All of this otherwise is, in fact, a typical example of the dark magic favored that habitually haunt the tunnel of Yamatu. And the work of the Dark Ones here is to be able to split the seed in a sterile act that renders the body bereft of light and therefore becomes essentially invisible. You're not a threat. And this is a major cause of what leads the body politic into becoming sterile and thus destroying the ability to do magic in alignment otherwise. With Cabala and the Clip-Off, you're giving your life force energy away to the worship of angels and demons to be harvested in ritual, and to the Dark Goddess to be subject to her dictates. You are cut off in context to being castrated and then indoctrinated to abdicate your natural instinct as a man or woman that's in alignment with nature and the universe in terms of how the law of correspondence operates. And this is what the tunnel of Yamatu dictates in the realm. And then that being damned the fuck up is released, but when it's released, it's all of this toxic, demonic shit that's manifesting in the world, twisting our natural instinct to not only survive, but to thrive in terms of actual legacy, which could be a major threat to those that want to enslave your asses otherwise. Again, look at the goddamn realm. If you can't make the correlations to what I'm getting at, it was the object of the New Age light sect to retain the light within, thus trying to defy death in terms of transformation by making the world dead in order to not only harvest the gold of consciousness, but so that they can feed on the sufferings otherwise of a gossamer false cold light within the blood itself. In fact, it's one of the vampire's most favorite drinks of all, because it's all stored up otherwise like a stagnant fucking bog within you. And as an individual that's not in flow to the ignition of the true light codes and the power of the sun, that is something that they will never be able to come into because of the parasite in terms of the old ones. It's to be trapped in this tunnel to suffer the dead to a false sense of purification. And to it, the typical disease that manifests with this is paralysis. The inclusion of the anti-vital and vibrant nature of its sterilizing influences. And it just keeps getting worse from there, going into the 11th tunnel, which is ruled by Kergoxiax, and shows a horned crescent sphere that contains all of the incubus and succubus nightmare entities. And because people have been tricked away from a natural alignment otherwise, they are then plagued to be feasted upon in terms of life force energy, and it's collected by these specific spirits into the cauldron of the vampires to fuel their agendas. After that, the 12th tunnel of Set Typhon, which is ruled by an entity called Lafkersiax, is the glyph of unbalance. Its left hand is in the form of a yod enclosed in a circle, from which falls a long-armed wristy cross in terms of the crucifixion implants that manifest as an enzyme within the DNA RNA code script of the physical vessel. Here, its victims are tormented again and again, given to a path of false cold light and false virtue in conjunction to what manifests within the path of the tunnel of Yamatu. The dead who are led down a path to a false sense of purification and self-righteous indignation represents a blasphemy against that adjustment and alignment, which is the formula of the path, or in other words, the law of Thor, which is based upon the principles and fundamentals of the power of the Hamramir and the Mjolnir itself, which is the expansion and containment of life force energy. See, this all goes back to the battle between Thor and Jormungandr in terms of the true tradition of our ancestors who have warned the world against all of this fucking bullshit in order to keep things in alignment, in order to keep things in harmony and balanced upon the scales of wisdom. Otherwise, given over to the swings of chaos and confusion, the tunnel of Lafkersiax is the distortion of Ma'at's symbols, the balance of the feather, which is the test everyone faces in terms of the science of the circle of the magician. And with all of this fucked up and inverted influence otherwise, most never access, let alone master, the very first gate of actual initiation into the occult. In fact, this is protocol teaching at a base level. Because it wouldn't matter if you were given access to more advanced knowledge, even here with the mystery school or anything else. You wouldn't know how to ultimately navigate or master it or know what the fuck you're even looking into without first accessing the gates of core intelligence when it comes to protocol teaching. Stay vibrant, stay focused. Like I've always said, beware of the nets, traps, and snares. Don't get caught in this shit. Because again, even beginning the quest of what it means to master being human in this world, this is why the curriculum on our end is designed the way that it is, so that you don't get fucked up. And those that don't listen and think they're going to be able to jump ahead of their own progression rate and context, well, no. You have to understand, and you have to know that the cross of equilibrium, which is the great cross of the Magi, Grail, Shaman, and all is designed to upset the ruler of balance, again, the gates of wisdom, and was put there by the dark gods of the abyss, which open the proverbial gate of the dark goddess and brings forth the haunting otherwise within the tunnel, also in the form of ravenous birds who snatch away the souls of the living from mortal clay, hence the name of the order of Cabala and Clipoth, reigning with Lafkersiax, is for the purpose of talons of these ravenous birds to tear open and rip and drip with the ribbons of flesh and immortal mortal clay that have their ravening rips for the souls of the living, and the dark magic that is associated with this specific tunnel opposes the abilities to balance upon the treacherous way that leads into the hardcore flux waves that one can experience in terms of the negative and positive charges of life force energy on the flip. It keeps on flipping within the spindle of the energy force. That's the flux waves amplified in terms of triangulation within the trapezoid to wear you the fuck out. It's to wear you thin, where you end up withered and fucking old and decrepit and fucking sick and just all this shit. Fuck all of these religions that are associated within the realms of chaos and that are thus spread across the gulf of the goddamn fucking abyss itself. There's no one on earth that's going to tell me that the fucking Cabala is something good or of a god that gives two shits about humanity whatsoever. Tricked into all of it. And I can keep going on and on with all of this even deeper, but I think that I've covered enough here at the moment to explain just how much these paths within the system of Cabala in terms of the Sephiroth actually operate within the Hall of Mirrors. I may very well in the future go deeper, but this is just again an overview of what many do not understand you're fucking with. And again, has nothing to do with the original Western magical tradition or the original teaching whatsoever. And it is especially nothing to do with the true universal tree of life. All of this is to do with the dead tree of stagnation and rot, and to make that point of what it means to be Ulfidnar in the realm. This war has always been happening since what happened did. Going back to the dynamics of the lycanthropic guide that is symbolized within the first gate of the Tarot to Soul, and is the white wolf itself, and again is the symbol of the higher force. This is the great power that is there within Soul, that we must tap the wellspring and take it further in terms of the occult secrets of Carpathia, to the great sigil and banner of the mystery school when it comes to the dragon wolf, to the pathwork of wolves and dragons. Bloodshed and wars instigated by the parasitic vampires will be laid to waste the more people come to understand our true occult history, and how in our world in this hour it continues to play itself out. And this is why it was ignited again in terms of things on our end. So the motherfuckers out there can get an actual grip on reality and get initiated and start to begin to know the difference, let alone keep advancing along the true path, which requires alignment and operating with a system of high magic that will show you how to extract and embody the gold of consciousness itself within this realm. Embodied within the physical flesh, operating with the true technology, your connection to nature and the universe, and therefore will not leave you subject to the slavery of the vampires. The number 9 is associated with the werewolf in ancient Scandinavian folk animistic traditions, and animistic traditions as preserved in common among both the indigenous and non-indigenous people of the North. These were traditions shared by both the Germanic Scandinavian people as well as the indigenous Sami and Ugric Finn people would inform the shamanism and primal high magic advancement, which is the evolution of animism over time, the saga that we are living now, the new myth that is meant to be written in terms of the ancient future now. The number 9 is synonymous with the magic of the wolf and signifies a primordial system under the design and control of men who were the Magi, Grail, Shaman, priests at the dawn of the Paleolithic time, going into prehistory when shamans were still exclusively men. And much of the annoyance of those who are driven by political and sociological hatred of the divine masculine, those whose hatred of the original Carpathian European traditions and practices, if we as men don't rise the fuck up in terms of this lycanthropic current, lupus intus, the wolf within, there's indeed not only a thriving, but a flourishing potential to manifest a civilization of shamanism like it was before any of this, going all the way back to Udinma itself, just like it was when the earth was in alignment with the solar north before the most recent cataclysm here on earth. And primal high magic was practiced for what I will say millions of years before it would be amated and twisted, especially in terms of what we see going on today with all the pseudo bullshit that was not specific to an actual bloodline, lineage, or tradition otherwise that held an actual legacy to it. It's as if nowadays that anyone can become a shaman, and that's absolute and total fucking bullshit. No, it's not specific to an actual bloodline, lineage, or tradition otherwise that held legacy to it. And that is the difference here with Black Earth Productions. That is the difference here with Temple of the White Dragon. That is the difference here, Komendra Horgoth with Azormir. That is specific to actual bloodlines and lineages in terms of our true traditions otherwise, that our ancestors held legacy to. And I don't think most of you out there even know what the fuck is actually required to be in the position of Magi, Grail, Shaman. Does anybody out there want the cup? Here it is. Come and get it. Come and get it. The doors are open. Let's go. Do you think for a single second that I wanted to face the high levels of fucking warfare to any of the shit that I just fucking exposed in this segment? I'll go through the process integration of being able to talk about it now after all these years and not be completely fucked for doing so. You don't understand the levels of protection that I operate in, and you do not know what the fuck is backing me up. Did I ever really want to face this shit? The answer to that question is no. But this is why it's happened. And I'm going to see things all the way through as long as it depends on me. For those that are in support, I hail you as my brothers and sisters in the realm. And it is the wise that know the difference in terms of all of this. You're not going to come into this unscathed. But I guarantee if you do the real work, you too can become an uncompromised template and get that tether to everything that is beyond the thresholds of what these assholes are still enthralled to, being worked through to try and undermine it. Only the Hyperborean to the ancient Pastu Kemet could have originated such a sophisticated high magic and technology and systems of spiritual tools and weapons and rituals that were in alignment with the higher force. And further, in terms of Upadnar training now in our time, this is a part of things because of the stresses of survival in a hostile and indifferent environment and world that has been controlled by the vampires for far, far too fucking long now. The number 9, again, in terms of numerology, is crucial to the logic of the system that we operate with. Again, 9 being the spindle of the energy force, the wand of fire, is that operation and function of the Arctic wolf and its closest relatives in terms of the current of lycanthrope. 9 is the operation and function of the rivers of Ginnungagap, the primordial runic power and forces of the Thusar, which in another term is the divine power of the Hamramir itself, and is signified by the rune Isa, and is interchangeable with the number 11 as double one, which signifies the rivers and waters of creation that sprang forth Ginnungagap, and still do in terms of the signs of the circle of the magician. The rune Algaz, which is associated with the elk, is also demonstrative. It's shaped like that of antlers. It is at the well that the antlers of the stag flows the primordial liquid spring from whence all other waters rise. The rune Algaz is also known as the yew, which is yet more evidence that the world tree, in terms of Yggdrasil, is a yew tree and not necessarily an ash tree. There's room to speculate upon these things, but from my personal observations, going deeper into actual initiation, you must remember that you are this tree. You are the tree yourself. And in terms of the spindle of the energy force that connects you deeper into the framework of the true universal tree of life on a multidimensional level to be anchored again in our world, you better have your wards mastered in terms of your roots being formidable to it. Again, this goes back to perspective and perception, and whether or not that is in alignment, and how you become unshakable against that which works to gnaw at the roots of your tree in terms of the shadow dragon set Typhon reflected the malice striker itself when it comes to what our tradition explains is Nidhogg, what I've done to expose Cabala and Clipoth for what it is in this segment, and is all a precursor for what is going to be instituted going into 2025 and 2028 with level 3 temple rites of initiation, where I take you into the system of magic we actually operate with when it comes to the true universal tree of life. This is nothing that I've ever presented public, and if anybody out there is claiming that they have it or are teaching it, the fact is that they're indefinitely fucking not. This is to lineage in context to my blood codes via keepers of the sacred tree. This is nothing that's out there yet, and is specific for me in terms of my mission being of this lineage Boza via keepers of the sacred tree. Know it well otherwise, and be patient and stick to the curriculum of what's already been established and is public at this point. If you have not come through the gates of our mystery school yourself, the doors are open and you are invited. This is one-on-one mentorship in terms of initiation into the occult and a lot of other things which this entails with what has been developed and what continues to be developed. One rune row position of the Algaz rune in reflection to Yggdrasil as the 15th rune gate reflects the primal sound fields and gridworks of the higher force itself, and gives us the penultimate permutation of 9 in the sequence of the shamanic and lycanthropic transformational numbers or key codes of the Thusar. And the unknown rune is Gunungagap in terms of the circle of the magician. It's blank because it is everything and anything potentially manifested. As above, so below. As within, as without. And like Algiz itself being associated with death in context to transformation, that which in the Thursdayan context is the veiled mystery or cipher of metamorphosis. See, we don't actually ever physically die, but rather our termination in context is but the tail end of a certain resonance, unfortunately controlled by the fractal mind virus in terms of the parasitic old ones. Death is birth, is death is birth, is death is birth, and that's the mystery. And death, in terms of transformation, merely means reappearance in our realm, let alone other realms, to be integrated here on Earth as it was and as it still is. And though we've been veiled in terms of our consciousness capacity, our awareness, our remembering, our awareness to remembering, again, it's what's going to get us there in terms of core intelligence and will lead to a metamorphosis of who we truly are once remembered and integrated our eternal spirit to soul code, blood code essence. And see, it's also interesting that the term meta means death, and it's the connotation of meta in all languages, whether it's words like metamorphosis or metaphysics. It's always to denote the passing beyond veils when it comes to the arts and sciences of transformation, which in terms of the first 4 veils of the lower astral grid works, and all the shit that I exposed in terms of Cabala via the Clipoth, those which are the veils of the dark witch vampire, Luana Carmilla in context to Lilith, which again is late to the inverted weaving of Angar Boda, Gulveg, and Hyder, who weave the inverted webs, who alone are the 3 forms, the shell and husk of this sinister parasitized Thursdayan, current, and conspiracy, which all goes back to the vampires, who are driving Loki's chariot forward as they have been since what happened did. All of it correlates the trade deals that took place in 2020 with what manifested the needlecraft in our world, which was all about trading you and your ancestors the fuck out in order to be God over the entire universal world of Midgard, let alone all other universal worlds, which has tried to replace, let alone counterfeit, everything that is actually in alignment, otherwise the true legacy of the Dragon Wolf when it comes to the occult secrets of Carpathia. And the key in terms of activating the true lycanthropic metamorphosis of the 9, in terms of the spindle of the energy force itself and its rites and initiations of the rune Thurisos to the thorn, or in other words, the power of the Hamramir. It's only through this that the triumph over this anti-cosmic current that comes forth the abyss is able to be contended with the first 4 veils. And according to the vampires, all that do not give their eternal soul to the Dark Mother, vampire witch via Hyrule, which is the ultimate form of Luana Carmilla according to the tradition of our ancestors, requires her slaves to bind their flesh to her and swear upon their own blood and seal it with the proper sacrifice. And those that do not submit cannot claim to be a part of her parasitized brood, held dear in her void of darkness. And only such slaves can claim the current of Fenrir, who is the absolute fucking antithesis to what it means to be Ulfenor. This reveals otherwise that which happens to those that go with it. You're being ridden by her to destroy that which seeks wisdom above all things. Gulveg is their dark shamaness, and again is the husk of the old ones. The alpha neo-feminist, and there can be no other queen but her, and no other dark witch king except the one she chooses to be her castrated subordinate. And what I'm doing here with these segments is to explain how the mind of your mortal fucking enemy actually works, thinks, and operates. And if you cannot radically bring it about otherwise, this transformation of mind, which is necessary away from what is obviously being amplified in our realm, not accepting things as they are, but to understand and know why they are, and to fucking slay it, and to give your fucking heart and mind everything that is meant for you in terms of the birthright of incarnation. And you have to find it out personal rites of initiation, where you are meant to be your personal positions and purposes and templating as individuals by living differently. And all of that depends on you, because in terms of my position to lead and my position to teach in terms of the mystery school, the symbol of the dragon wolf, what the actual mythos reveals in terms of the actual occult to any of this. Gulveg is the womb gate of the abyss, and Loki's motherfucking consort to her form as Angar Boda, past 4 other shape-shifting incidences, transforms into Hyrule and leads the funeral pyre of Balder, and Balder is the symbol of the human soul. Loki murdered Balder, and the soul is the gold, and Gulveg means lust for gold, her gold greed. The gold greed of the fucking parasite that annihilated Idun, the true goddess, the true lady of our tradition. And this is what these pieces of shit came for, so that they could take the position of the gods as the one god overall. The first war of the gods was over the nectar of immortality. They came for the nectar, including mankind in terms of Balder being among the gods, the human soul itself. The soul is the sun, is the gold. And to the husk that brought dark sorcery into Vanaheim, the resurgence of the old ones manifested. That is exactly what the fuck 2020 was on a repeat in terms of the procession of the grand cycle. And the forms that have been taken, the 3 transformations explained is the shadow of the Norns that manipulated the spindle of the fates of gods and men itself. And I'll go back to the weaving of the tunnels of Set Typhon in context to Cabala and Clipoth. That is their system of dark sorcery. That is their broken cosmology. It's a broken and twisted cosmology in terms of the solar spiral, sealing off the bridge gates into the galactic spirals of creation, to where your soul codes, in terms of those grid works of consciousness, cannot integrate into the templating here in order to master the solar spiral creation, bridging the rift, sealing off the rift, each gate of initiation that the bridging arts and the path of wisdom require when it comes to the true magical path, the path of fucking wisdom. That's what the tarot is. It's the path of Odin. And this is nothing in terms of what I actually know on the level. And this is not my assumption or opinion. It's what all of it actually is. And in terms of dark sorcery, in context to the false cold light, reflects fool's gold at best. And those that were hijacked by the Sumerians, among those that betrayed Kemet, that's what it all goes back to in terms of the Great Betrayal. And this all goes back to the Sumerian Draconian Empire. When it comes to the actual conspiracy of the incunabula itself, this occultocracy, the vampires have infiltrated every single race, tribe, culture out there that have assumed the identity of the religions of the trifecta, and everything in terms was and still continues to be hijacked by the cult of Baal Lilith and by the cult of Belial. It goes back to fucking Babylon. It goes back to the fucking Canaanites. It goes back to the Anuna in context to the Caucasoid, which is nothing to do with Carpathian whites in terms of the true European people. Our people have been targeted and were by them in ancient times. Why? Because we hold the fire tablets. And when our kind remember who the fuck we truly are, as I've been working to remind all of you to look into these matters for yourself and learn to remember who you are. You're not going to be given over to these ideologies, which sprang forth in terms of the Great Betrayal. That's what it all goes back to. And Freemasonry in the modern day has nothing to do with ancient Kemet. It's everything to do with Sumerian. And that's also why they have a fucking Bible on the cube altar of every fucking lodge on the planet. And it's only on the surface of what many of them don't even realize in terms of being in the outer court themselves. What it really goes back to is the true legacy and lineage to evil in the realm. And all this other shit is on the ruse, and only what they hijacked and twisted against mankind as all of the leftists and those on the right have done for thousands of years from the 19th dynasty onward, who are all subject to Set Typhon. There is no escape from the trifecta in all the ways that it's manifested in this reality unless one is initiated into the original teachings. That is the temple that I have created with the mystery school on my end, which is the true legacy of Kemet, and I am an actual bloodliner to it, holding actual evidence in terms of my lineage, let alone know what existed and what is here again in terms of the ancient future. I've said it in the segment, and I've said it for years, that all of these old systems that have been set in place are not going to work for what's coming. You will spend years trying to make correlations otherwise, you guys. This is a very unique and powerful opportunity that is taking place, as it's been with the Mystery School and with the platform here at Black Earth Productions, and stretches out lifetimes for those who have been on the true path to get back onto the original timeline trajectory. None of these other systems, in context to magic on the level, hold the actual keys to transcend the times that we are living now. If that were the case, then the world would not be in the condition that it is. The idea is a goddamn logical fallacy at this fucking point, and it's a major reason why. And I'll continue to marginalize the fucking shit out of everything, as I have been. And when it comes time for the ultimate strikes to start taking place, we are going to blow this shit out of the fucking water. Stop getting caught up in the surfaces of things and realize that all of this goes back to the vampires. It goes back to the real war. This is the measure that I'm bringing forth, taking it back to its actual fucking roots in terms of the dynamic. This is the pathwork of wolves and dragons. We live by a code, and it's a code to honor and virtue. It's like a motherfucker that tears a coat apart thinking that that's what's necessary and not taking out the piece of shit wearing it. That's what's necessary here in context to actual evil, no matter how it's dressed, and not getting triangulated into dialectic factors and arguing about the surfaces of things, and is 100% circumvented from my personal vantage point, knowing what I know, and also to our true occult history. Do yourselves a favor. Get back to your true roots and stop with the apologetics in terms of programming otherwise that has nothing to do with who you truly are, let alone the actual traditions of your ancestors. Otherwise, you, along with everyone else, is going to get raked the fuck out by the vampires, as it was with your ancestors that didn't get the fucking memo. Are we clear here in terms of all this? Because frankly, I'm not going to have it on the platform, and nothing will never not be able to be discussed and looked into whatsoever when it comes to Temple of the White Dragon. Ever. This is where we are meant to cross these thresholds onto the original timeline. And so to that, anybody out there that's interested in actual initiation into the occult, go to the website at Black Earth Productions with a Z at the end.com. Click on the services page and sign up for Level 1 Apprentice, Full Rights Initiation. Send me a direct email at Black Earth Productions with an S at the end at hotmail.com. There's many other things that are offered as far as readings, as far as counsel, in many different levels in order to gain the insight necessary for you to cross these thresholds. Definitely check out the products page, especially when it comes to the Nectar of Athanasius. Those that sign up for tuition in terms of credentials get the 50% off discount in continuance when it comes to the Nectar of Athanasius. We have our Apothecary, there's Thunder God Rootvine, and also the Black Earth merch line for those that find the aesthetic something that's privy to your style. Regardless of anything, it's to get the word out about the platform. And so for anyone that wants to inquire about anything, send me a direct email at Black Earth Productions with an S at the end at hotmail.com. And to that, to wrap things up, it draws within. The black flame calls, a crushing force that breaks through walls. From From deep inside the fire dies, yet in the dark new life will arise. No light remains, no gods to see. The flame devours endlessly. Implode the soul, collapse the sky. From death below, we rise, we fly. Breathe deeply, mine wrathful flame. Collapse the void, be born again. The night gives way, the cycle spins. Through death's embrace, new life begins. The black flame shrinks, it pulls below. A dying star feeds the flow. What's left behind will twist, decay, yet from the ash, we find the way. Crushed in silence, all is torn, but in the dust, the star is born. The wrathful flame consumes the night, and from the dark, a burning light. Breathe deeply, thy wrathful flame, collapse the void, be born again. The night gives way, the cycle spins. Through death's embrace, new life begins. Breathe deeply, mine wrathful flame. The end is now, the start reclaims. From hollow depths we rise once more. Breathe deeply, thy wrathful flame. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. Be empowered, be encouraged. I look forward to speaking with you soon. Get a hold of me. Hells!